sorry.
Okay. Welcome. This is a special meeting of the City of Cape May, held in Cape May City Hall Auditorium. Today is Tuesday, September the 19th, and the time is 4 o'clock. Pledge of Allegiance.
Under the Open Public Meetings Law, notice of this meeting was sent to the Cape May County Herald and the Press of Atlantic City, and a copy of the agenda was delivered to each member of City Council, posted on the Cape May City website and Cape May City Hall Bulletin Board. Notice is hereby provided that Cape May City Council meetings are audio recorded and video streamed live. Live video streams are posted to the Cape May City website. City of Cape May is not responsible if audio recording or live video streaming of a meeting is unavailable. Roll call. Deputy Mayor Baldwin.
Here.
Councilmember McDade.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer is absent. Mayor Moloch is absent. Councilmember Yeager.
Here.
City Solicitor Gillen Schwartz.
Here.
City Manager Vol.
Here.
All right, Deputy Mayor, we have one resolution on the agenda this evening, or for the special meeting. It's 24609-2023, a resolution providing for a meeting not open to the public in accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act and JSA 10:4-12. This is to discuss the upper management collective bargaining negotiations, the lifeguard UAW Local 2327 collective bargaining negotiations, Deputy City Clerk, Deputy Registrar of Vital Statistics positions, and the local Stockton litigation update.
The motion.
I'll make the motion.
And I'll second it.
Councilmember Yeager,
Yes.
Councilmember McDade,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin.
Yes.
And there is a public portion if we'd like to open up to the public, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Any public portion? Okay, no.
Seeing none, we'll go time into closed session. It's going to be 4:02.
Okay.
And we're off.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We're coming back out of closed session, and we do anticipate taking action based on the results of that closed session. Mr. Solicitor, do you want to give us a quick explanation on that?
So of the items that council has discussed during the special meeting, a resolution is anticipated to be added tonight for the upper management collective bargaining negotiations, the lifeguard UAW Local 2327 collective bargaining agreement, and Deputy City Clerk is a council appointment. That position is now vacant, and I believe it's council's intent to advertise for that position.
Okay. Is this a motion to close the special meeting?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to close special meeting?
I'll make the
The
motion.
special meeting?
Second?
Roll call?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Just for the record, Mayor Mullick did arrive at 4:47, so he is now present for
Thank you.
close of the special meeting.
Thank you. All right, with that, we can open up the regular meeting. This is a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Cape May, New Jersey. We are here in the Cape May City Hall Auditorium. Today is Tuesday, September 19th, 2023. The time is now 5:05. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
She is here.
Under the Open Public Meetings Law, notice of this meeting was sent to the Cape May County Herald and Press of Atlantic City, and a copy of the agenda was delivered to each member of City Council and posted on the Cape May City website and Cape May City Hall Bulletin Board. Notice is hereby provided that Cape May City Council meetings are audio recorded and video streamed live. Live video streams are posted to the Cape May City website. City of Cape May is not responsible if audio recording or live video streaming of a meeting is unavailable. Roll call. Deputy Mayor Baldwin.
Here?
Councilmember McDade.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer is absent. Mayor Mullick.
Here.
Councilmember Yeager.
Here.
City Solicitor Gillen Schwartz.
Here.
City Manager Vaughn.
Here.
City Engineer Paul Dietrich.
Here.
And CFO Kevin Haney. So Council, we just mentioned that we have two resolutions to add to the agenda this evening, if you'd like me to read those. We have 26109-2023, resolution approving a memorandum of agreement between the City of Cape May and the GWU Upper Management Unit and authorizing the execution of a new collective bargaining agreement between the parties covering the period January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2024. And 26209-2023, resolution approving a memorandum of agreement between the City of Cape May and the UAW Local 2327 Cape May Lifeguards, and authorizing the execution of a new collective bargaining agreement between the parties covering the period January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2026. If there's a motion to add those to the agenda.
I'll make the motion.
A second?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes?
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Mayor, I believe we're starting off with a proclamation this evening.
Okay, it's an honor to recognize one of our many talented residents here in Cape May, but a very special one that is on the zoning board. And Virginia, you can come on. Virginia, come on up. This is a proclamation recognizing Virginia Hessel for her service on this Cape May City Zoning Board of Adjustment. Whereas Virginia Hessel, born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a frequent visitor to Cape May for over 50 years. Whereas Ms. Hessel has dedicated the last 8 years of serving the City of Cape May in various volunteer activities, including as an active member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. And whereas Ms. Hessel, in her retirement, which is in quotations, as an educator of history and school administrator of an independent middle schools in Pennsylvania, New York City, and Massachusetts, plus service in the Peace Corps in Liberia, teaching children, women, and men, became a master gardener and certified as a Rutgers environmental steward, has resided in the city of Cape May for over 20 years. And whereas Ms. Hessel has served as a valuable member of the Cape May City Zoning Board of Adjustment for over 8 years, and whereas during her time on the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Ms. Hessel weighed in on a vast number of residential and commercial variance applications, always with the city's best interest at heart. Whereas in her retirement from the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Ms. Hessel looks forward to continuing being a lifelong learner, many more walks, gardening, knitting, music, dancing, reading, volunteering, and doing as she can, everything she can to help other people in the city of Cape May and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Zachary M. Mullock, Mayor of the City of Cape May, hereby recognize Ginny Hessel for her many years of public service, thank her for selflessly giving her time and energy to serve her community, and extend her the best wishes in her retirement. Thank you, Ginny.
Well, I can say that this room looks familiar to me. It's really a lovely honor, I must say. And I think when I joined the Peace Corps, my life changed. It was never the same again. And I think I learned that doing for others was really important and change was really important. And so I have tried to do those things in my life, and I've succeeded, I think, at most of them. And I have no inclinations to stop. I think life is to be lived. So you live it as long as you can. And I intend to. Thanks, Zach. Oh, thank you so much.
If we don't take the picture, then it didn't happen, right? Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Jenny.
Council, we have our updates from manager, solicitor, and engineer.
City Manager, any updates?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. It's the end of the season. I had a director's report the other day, and I want to give you an update on the brief report from the directors. So just going around the clock with all my directors. Casey, the director of the Convention Hall, Civic Affairs and Tourism, reports the concerts and other events went well this summer. Currently need roller skating staff, if we just volunteer for that. That's coming up. And the jitney service ends on the 31st of this month. So, and we worked out that detail, Mayor, with the Oktoberfest to work with them on the 30th. Deacon, our police chief, who's here tonight, he's here at every meeting. He reports that more ticketing this summer. The department was well-staffed this season, and we're working on more security for the city building and all the city buildings, not only City Hall, but others. Paul, our new city engineer, a land use official, has been meeting with applicants dealing with zoning, planning, and HPC prior to their submittals, and he's been working close with Vito, the construction official, to make it more comfortable for people instead of going through a process, maybe wasting time and money. It's becoming a lot smoother. I want to compliment
That's great.
Paul on that. He's also working on our new phone system with Comcast, and the county, he'll be reporting also, but as you know, the county's going to be starting Lafayette Street and Beach Avenue. Amanda, the court administrator, reports the same. It's been a very busy summer, more parking tickets, and staff learning the new computer system with everything transitioning online. Harry Back, chief of the Beach Patrol, reports a safe but busy summer. Alerts on the social media have made this a better year with communicating information to the public. And by the way, the PA system that the council endorsed for the entire beach and the promenade is now in concert and working properly. Rob Kaminsky, our sewer water director, reports on a good summer, no major incidents. They got multiple projects scheduled, including Congress Street coming up. Nancy in the Fire Prevention Office reports they're finishing up this year's inspections. Ed from Beach Tag reports season defined as bad weather. Now, this is Ed. And the overall loss, he said, was $15,000 this year. So, but they've done a great job. Lou Vito, the construction official, I report it's working really good with Paul. He said there's lots of upcoming demolition around town coming up. Kevin, our new CFO, he's doing a great job. We'll be soon scheduling the budget, have budget meetings with all our department directors coming up soon, and all is well with the new online purchasing agent. That's really going well. He was in today. We met him in person, and it's really streamlining. Everybody's happy with it, the whole process. Liz, the assistant assessor, reports that they're wrapping up the assessing season. They have about 50 new added assessment bills, and they're transitioning also into the new computer system. Eric and Rusty at Public Works reports currently closing up the beach. They're taking all the equipment off the boxes and stuff and the beach patrol stuff. We're securing it now for the winter time, so they're currently doing that and getting ready to work on special projects with their special projects team, as they've done for council over the last year with the restoration of the. We're going to be doing the Cove next, and I think we'll be talking about, we'll bring it up soon, about the conference station that's going to go up there on the promenade. Tax collection, Deb Lindholm reports 75% at this time collection. For the year, 6 accounts from last year not paid. Heading in October, it's a busy season, the tax sale at the end of the month. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't mislead that 75%. She always ends up with damn near 100% every year. They're doing a great job. And they have a new person there they're training. And then at the end, I want to publicly thank all my directors and staff for a great summer, keeping it safe, keeping it clean, and keeping it a family community that we want here. And the last thing I wanted to mention, I know the mayor, we're talking about the electric vehicle charging stations. We've been trying over the last year to get them in place. There's back orders. They can't get the equipment, so we can't install it. But we will soon be installing behind the firehouse and at the Welcome Center. And also, we'll be getting a new sign at the Welcome Center, I think that Paul's going to touch on. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. City Solicitor.
Just briefly for council, I know that some members may be aware MTRAC is reviewing our shared services agreement. We have one that's coming up in the early spring next year. So I am working with them right now to come up with a workable framework as they formulate their recommendations to council.
Great. City Engineer, Paul?
Thank you. Just to follow up, yeah, we do have, you're going to see county work starting on both Lafayette and Beach Avenue. So over the next couple weeks, that work is going to be coming up. So just ask everybody to be patient, be safe when traveling through the work zone for the workers' sake. And they've also started back up work at the Kiwanis Park with that work. So hopefully that'll be done by the end of the year. So that's moving forward. As you said, the Transportation Center, we're going to go out to get some quotes to replace the signs there and landscaping to help shield and kind of enhance that front part as we put the electrical vehicle charging. We're still going to probably install the electrical vehicle charging stations themselves, but we'll probably have to wait for Lansing Electric to fully charge them. And then I just wanted to make note of resolution, I had the number, 251, regarding the appointment of Triad Advisory Services. That's for to appoint an administrative agent to deal with our affordable housing obligation. And there are several items under the ordinance that we have to prepare operating manuals for different procedures and policies, and that our professional services is to do that work. And all of that is funded through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which there's sufficient funds in there, and that is appropriate to spend for those professional services.
Because it's really regulatory, we're required to.
We're required to do that as part of the process.
So, Paul, can I just ask, on Lafayette Street, could you just describe, since it is a major thorough, will they be doing that in phases? Is there something that there's a schedule that says they'll be doing, everything from, go ahead.
There will be a schedule. We're just starting to have meetings. We're actually having a meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
So we'll have some project schedules probably in the next week or two to know where they're working and what they're doing. But they're going to pick up where they were finished off before the summer to continue down Lafayette with the sewer work, and then at the other end of Lafayette, the county will start with their, so there'll really be two contractors starting work.
Just so, I guess maybe if it gets posted on the website or something, just so people are aware.
As soon as we have
Right.
a little more detailed information of that exact schedule, we'll try to keep it posted on social media.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, if we may, since we're getting reports, can we ask our CFO, I know he has a few things he wants to respond to based upon requests from the last meeting.
Okay. You want to give us your financial report? Kevin, thank you very much. What's that? Oh, yeah, perfect. Thank you, Kevin.
All right. So I'm just going to provide a high-level overview of revenues, expenditures, and cash balances as of August 31st of this year, sort of an end-of-summer review. I found the report that Neil provided to you last year and just worked off of that for sake of consistency. So you can move to the next slide, just starting off with some financial highlights of our major revenue sources. There were some ups and some downs. So starting with occupancy tax, we are currently up $86,000 or 4% year over year. If this trend continues, we're looking at about $4 million total for the year. I just want to note that this information is as of July. We get occupancy tax information from the state on a 2-month delay and sort of just as a lump sum with not a lot of detail. So per a recommendation from MTRAC, my office, Aaron's office, and code enforcement are sort of in very early stages of working with a third party to try to figure out how to get more information and more timely information there. Next, parking meters. We are currently up $73,000 or 6% over last year, projecting around $2.3 million total for the year. Mercantile licenses were up about $8,000, so pretty much in line with prior year following the adoption of the new rate schedule. Construction revenues, we are currently down about $150,000 from last year. In discussion with Lou Vito, he pointed to a decrease in renovation activity from prior year. That's the big moneymaker for the city is renovations. He did note that he has seen in the past that there can be upticks in the last couple months of the year, so there is potential for rebound there. Beach tag revenue, as Mike touched upon in his message, is down about $15,000 or about 0.5% from last year. Again, Ed Rotz, head of the beach tag department, pointed out rainy weather earlier in the year. From what I remember, I think Memorial Day was a bit of a washout, so that kind of set us back, and then we just were never able to fully recover. But beach tags do go back on sale in December, so there's the chance that we can break even there. Tourism revenues, we're down about $60,000. Per discussion with Casey Radigan, this is attributable to about 2 fewer shows this year. And also, we're not collecting fees that had to be dispersed at end of year last year. I want to put a pin in that for now to sort of discuss in further detail once we get to the tourism section. Water sewer, we're down about $44,000. In discussing with Rob Comiskey, the water sewer superintendent, this is attributable to lower usage at both Cape May City and West Cape May in terms of water and sewer. He pointed to about 3 million less gallons of usage this year compared to last year in the first half of the year. We're still looking into specifically what might be contributing to that, so further information to follow. And then the big one, this is a new addition to the...
Kevin, can I just jump in on that real quick? It's obviously not necessarily a good thing financially for our water gallonage to be down, but from a more environmental standard,
Yes,
our gallonage being down is not such a bad thing. Just wanted to...
Agreed, yes. And then, like I was saying, this is a new addition to the major revenue sources this year, interest earning accounts. To this point, last year, we had earned a little less than $10,000 in interest across all of our accounts. This year, through August 31st, we are at $661,000, so an increase of about $650,000 there. Yes. That's because
I'm clapping, but I am serious. It's $650,000 based on a lot of the work that you did, to be blunt. So our MTRAC committee, and frankly some of the folks up here. But that represents like 4 pennies on the tax rate. Well, I might be overstating that, but it's a lot of money. And just to comment on the overall, most of the things were down, were just slightly.
Yeah.
But to be up over 22 on some of these, especially the bigger ones like occupancy tax and parking meters, it was pretty huge because we all know how big 22 was. 22 was a record season for the city. So to be up, I to be honest with you, I was a little surprised.
So yeah, while there are ups and some downs, it's mostly smoothed over by that interest line item that helps to even everything out. We can move on to the next slide. This is just cash balances for all of our accounts. Not a whole lot of change. Oh, try the.
It froze, so.
Oh, I see. Okay. I think go to the next one. There might be a blank page. Yeah, okay, there we go. So again, cash balances across all of our accounts. Not a whole lot of change from year to year. Balances and percent of the total stay pretty static. Again, the biggest change is the interest. Our largest accounts stay pretty much the same. Current fund, beach utility, water, sewer, and then our capital accounts related to each of those. All right, so next, this is current fund expenditures for the year. At this point last year, we had expended about 58.89% of the budget. To date this year, we are at 58.34, so a little less than last year. Some of the larger items are mainly attributable to salaries or additional personnel. As you can see towards the bottom of the page, that $109,000 increase in the health insurance line item is attributable to rate increases that were imposed this year and are going to continue next year. There's a $61,000 increase in dispatch. That's just a timing thing. That's not like something to be concerned about. Next page, it continues. Again, we see increases in fire for contractual salaries, and then increases in buildings and grounds and streets and roads just for increased activity and personnel as well. But everything else is fairly static year over year. And then that's where you can see at the bottom the 58.89% of the budget used versus 58.34 this year. Next, we get into current fund revenues. As you can see, pretty much everything has increased year over year. There are 3 line items that did not. One of them is the $150 in construction revenues that I mentioned earlier because of less renovation activity there. There's a $500,000 decrease in grants. That's just a timing thing. From my understanding, we have a couple large ones incoming that just haven't been recorded yet, so nothing to worry about there. And then just a slight $8,000 decrease in uniform fire safety revenues. But across the board, everything else has increased. The next page is water sewer utility expenditures. We see a larger increase in percent of the budget used this year. We're at 63.9% as opposed to 57.98% last year. This is fully attributable to the sewer treatment line item. We saw a $650,000 increase this year. This is due to county MUA imposed rate increases. Next item is water sewer utility revenues. Again, you could see the 4 highlighted items are the decreases that I mentioned.
Kevin,
Sorry.
No,
Yes.
just to note this, we have, as a council, have discussed this before, but in regards to that MUA rate increase, it had been the practice of the city previously to go a few years and then do a rate increase, go a few years, where I really think it's really a hand-down cost from the county that should just be placed in each year rather than trying to do a big bump every couple years. So I just mention that now to really to remind the public, but also all of us when we do the budget. I think that fee increase should just be handed right to the ratepayers.
So next item, water sewer utility revenues. Again, the 4 items where we saw decreases were Cape May Water, Cape May Sewer, West Cape May Water, West Cape May Sewer, which I mentioned. We saw lower usage this year, still looking into why that might be. I do want to point out I'm not including the $211,000 decrease at the top because that is a decrease in operating surplus, or essentially the amount of money that we have on hand to fund the budget. So we want to see decreases there because that means we're using less of the money on hand, so essentially the utility is becoming more self-sufficient and just operating purely based off of revenues.
Can I
Yep.
just add, who's looking at the variances between the West Cape May and,
Rob Comiskey and myself.
okay, both of you are looking at, I mean, the change is massive. It's- Okay.
Next page is the beach utility expenditures. Everything is pretty much on track from last year. The largest increase we saw is in the lifeguards line item, $176,000, which almost all of that is attributable to the Department of Labor overtime payout that occurred earlier this year. So aside from that, spending is on track. Next, beach utility revenues. Again, there's that $15,000 decrease that we saw attributable to the weather. But again, that's kind of made up for by the increase in interest of around $60,000. Tourism utility budget. We are underspent compared to last year. We're at 48.44% of the budget as opposed to 52.67. We do see an increase in the buildings and grounds line. That's kind of a common theme throughout most of the funds due to increased activity and also increased personnel there. And then from a revenue perspective, that's where I wanted to kind of get into the $60,000 decrease that isn't necessarily a decrease. So if you want to go to the next slide. So we can see the 2 items in green. There's a $49,000 decrease in lease and rent contracts. That's purely just due to timing, so that's not technically a decrease. And then we see that $60,000 decrease in tourism fees and events. So the $380,000 revenue line, amount from last year is, in my opinion, a little skewed because we were, as part of an agreement with a third-party e-ticket hoster, we were collecting additional fees, which we were then paying out at the end of the season to them. From my understanding, about $80,000. So I believe that amount should be brought down to closer to $300,000. So if we consider that, we are technically beating last year by $20,000 because that agreement is no longer the case. This $325,000 is a more accurate reflection of actual revenues. And then looking forward to next year, so while we saw some ups and some downs, we saw strong overall revenue performance in 2023, which is going to help us immensely in planning for the 2024 budget. Again, continuing to review water sewer rates and usage, especially usage this year, to ensure financial stability, providing tourism-driven events and recreation programs, and then continuing to monitor interest rates to ensure that we are making the most off of our funds. And then from an expenditure standpoint, Always State Health Benefits, they approved a 7% increase for the coming plan year. Collective bargaining agreements, keeping an eye on when those come due to make sure to budget for them appropriately. Debt service, ensuring no major fluctuations from year to year, and then considering additional staffing requests from each department. And that's everything I got.
That's great, Kevin. Overall, very strong position, obviously, so
Yeah.
thank you very much. Do we have any questions on that or comments from the public? Please.
Please state your name and address into the microphone. Thank you.
Roz Johnson, 826 Lafayette Street. I just have a question. Did the budget reflect anything about additional water usage from the additional showers at each of the entrances of the beach?
You mean, like, does this information reflect
Yeah.
additional?
Because we didn't have those showers last year,
Yeah.
and we have them this year. So where is
I might be
the,
able to answer that. I don't believe that is reflected in this because it's separately metered and billed to the tourism utility.
It's billed to
Excuse me,
what?
to the beach utility, sorry. Those showers are metered separately.
oh, okay.
And that water bill goes to the beach utility.
And isn't the beach utility part of the budget? Oh, okay.
But the only thing I couldn't answer is the gallon, like when we say we're 3 million gallons lower, I don't know if that includes that or not. Because this may be talking about residents and commercial properties. I don't know that answer.
Yeah. That'd be a question for Rob. I could check with him
Yeah.
to see if
Yeah, I
if that's
think it would
being
just be
included.
interesting to see how much water was used
Yeah.
with all of those additional showers.
Yeah, I agree.
Total.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Jules Rouse, 1010 New York. Kevin, when the money is transferred each night, what is the approximate balance of our accounts that go into that interest bearing, approximately?
I want to speak to this. So when I was watching Neil's presentation from last year, he mentioned a sweep account that we were going to open to transfer funds into a high earning account. That did not occur. All of our funds are still at Sturdy. The reason we're getting such a higher interest rate is because we were able to renegotiate our funds with Sturdy to get that higher interest rate. There is no sweep that's occurring. All of our funds remain in one place.
Okay, so,
Just because I think some of the confusion would be, because we had a very public discussion about being able to use, gosh, now I'm forgetting the technical name of the account that we could.
Oh, the NJ Arms.
swing account,
NJ Arm, thank you.
yeah.
Yes.
And I think we didn't use that because of the
Yeah.
interest rate that
Yeah,
was,
because that interest rate was around 4%, as I recall.
something like that, yeah.
What kind of interest rate are we at now with Sturdy?
We cannot publicly disclose, but I've been keeping an eye on both the NJ Arm interest rate and our rates at Sturdy. Our rate at Sturdy is contingent on a certain level of funds being there, and we would not be able to put all of our funds into NJ Arm because of the liability of having all of our funds in a non-FDIC insured account, and the benefit of having them at Sturdy outweighs the benefit of having them in NJ Arm from a financial perspective.
I guess I understand that. From a technical standpoint, that is. So you really don't monitor how much of the money actually goes into a swing account?
There's no swing account.
So the money just stays at Sturdy in the various accounts where they are?
Yes.
So that interest is accruing to the individual accounts?
Yep.
So it's not something that you're going to be able to pull out necessarily for debt reduction, as an example?
I'm sorry, could you ask that one more time?
Well, if the interest is accruing into the accounts where the balances are, there's the use of that interest is not going to be readily available.
It is.
It's not like you mean like a CD or something? It's not a CD.
No, it's correct me, Kevin.
It's recorded as revenue to that account.
It's in that specific account, and it stays in that account. The interest doesn't get transferred out into a city account.
No.
Those
are our city accounts. So
my question then is, the use of that growing interest is not going to be readily available for any particular item.
No, it will be. It goes into the budget.
So you're going to be taking it out of the individual accounts and adding it as a budget item?
No, it's recorded as revenue like any other item for each of the funds.
I just don't understand how you transfer it out of all the individual accounts.
It wouldn't be transferred out because each
fund has an interest earned line in it, and it just gets combined with the dollar amount in that account. So if the account is, the water sewer, and I'm making up a number here, Jules, $1 million, and we earn, 100 on it.
Maybe.
It's $1 million and 100, right, Kevin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So is it not this schedule? Is this not?
Yeah, it's that schedule.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So if the water sewer fund earned however much in interest,
Yeah,
that gets
so
recorded as
each
revenue.
account is individual. There's a cash amount, and there's, it's the cash balance.
But that $100 interest benefit is going to stay in that specific account.
That's how, yes, that's correct.
So that, I think that might explain
That's
Jules.
That's it, Jules. That shows you the account and the
It had been-
interest.
Frankly, it had been hoped that this increased revenue that the city would get could maybe be used to start to pay down some debt. I mean, we're increasing our debt at a significant level.
We're not.
And
We're not increasing our debt.
we're not increasing our debt?
No.
Okay.
We're not. I mean, I've heard that said a couple times. We're not, in fact, our debt is lower over the last 5 years.
All right.
Yep. Any other questions from the public? I knew that was coming up.
Yeah.
No, that's 22. Okay, we can move on to the Library Task Force presentation and update.
Sure thing. Just as a little bit of background for the Library Task Force, it was formed to gather information on how to repurpose the existing library. The new library, as you know, we're going to be probably in there within the next, probably beginning of the next year. We had a task force basically gathered to gather a lot of information, and those task force members were Mary Notch, who's in our audience now, Ronnie Cohen, she's here as well, Danny Magarel, Christine DiDonato, Rick Lonholm, and myself. Just as a little bit of background, we met about a half dozen times. We all worked outside of those meetings as well. Casey Radigan was also most helpful with compiling all of the surveys and providing all of that data to us after we put the surveys out. So I guess without further ado, if we can have Ronnie and Danny come up and provide the information to council and all of the data that we collected. And I'm sure everybody saw the surveys that came out. Do you want to come up?
You can
here?
join us at the
Join
table,
us
yeah.
at the table.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. We will not depose you.
And Danny. Yeah. I'm going to give this to everybody now. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're passing out a handout, and I don't think we have a head, whatever it's called up there, so you're not going to see that. But first, I would like to publicly thank Deputy Mayor Lorraine Baldwin for appointing me to this committee. It has been such a meaningful process, and it's so wonderful to get involved in the community. So thank you very much. And it's really interesting. The process began, I looked at my notes from the first meeting, September 20th of 2022. So it will be a complete year that we have been working on this, and we really have gotten quite a bit of information. So if you look at the top, and I apologize it's not in color, so it's a little challenging to kind of read the results, but basically we decided we wanted as much input, to solicit as much input from residents, second homeowners, as well as visitors. And with that, we came up with a survey. We had well over 500 responses, which was really wonderful, and of which 45.4% were year-round residents and 43% were second homeowners. So that was a really nice sampling. Definitely the females were much more interested in responding at a rate of 69.2% as opposed to 28.2 male. And again, those of us who are up there in years, 61 plus, 58.2 responded, and the next most largest group is the 41 to 60-year-old response. So we were very, very happy, and we would like to thank both MAC for helping to distribute this through Jody Alessandrine. He was very, very helpful, as was the city, and we talked about Casey really acquiring all this information and writing it up in such a wonderful way that we could read it. So what we're most interested in was the top 10 responses in order that were most preferred by, again, these people who responded. Number 1 were fitness classes. No surprise there. That tends to be very, very popular. Number 2, historical musical programs. 3, programs for children and family. 4, senior programs. 5, doing an author lecture series. 6, having adult and children's art classes. 7 is other. Other was everything from moving the police department to making it into a parking lot to selling it, etc. So that was number 7. Number 8, a film festival, which has left the city. It might be nice to get back. 9 teen activities and 10 game nights. So those were the top 10. And so we worked with those. And then in addition to that, we looked at those results, and private discussions were held with Jody Alessandrine of MAC, as well as Andrea Orsini, who is the person who is in charge of programming for all the Cape May County libraries. And we really wanted to have her input to avoid any conflicts or any redundancies in our programming. We were well received by both groups, and they did not see any conflict or redundancy in doing any community programming, to use it as an event space to expand the season's offerings to residents as well as tourists. And lastly, we met with Casey Radigan, who, as you know, is the Director of Civic Affairs and Recreation for the city, to explore use of the existing library as a community recreation center. And I refer to the wonderful photos. Oh, there's only, okay, one photo. There are others that were.
I'll send the full.
And she went into a
But you'll have it in
complete
color.
list of the different programs that the city offers, which I will not go into at this point. But what we found, the basic finding of our committee, was that we found it would be an ideal fit for the future use of the existing library as a community recreation center to be used by residents of all generations as well as visitors all year round. And with that, Danny, please.
I also want to express my gratitude, my admiration for Deputy Mayor Baldwin and as well as the rest of the committee members. It's been a year, and it's actually been a pretty extraordinary process to observe, from sitting down and putting together the survey to fielding responses to looking at just the way the information's been disseminated, and also, strangely, to find myself as a millennial male to be in the minority here.
Notice I am in my jargon.
I feel very small. And I think one of the things that was important for us when we were doing this research, and one of the things that was pretty extraordinary to discover, was the ways in which this recommendation serves residents and non-residents alike, and the opportunity for it to, of course, flourish during the summer season, but still have a real community impact in the off-season. And I just want to reiterate sort of this fortuitous consensus that exists in our recommendation to use the old library as a multi-purpose community space. The citizens of Cape May, via the survey, sort of bore this truth out. Cape May County Library and MAC programmers have assured us there are no needless redundancies, which is extraordinary. And most excited, the conversations we've had with Casey and her work with Affairs and Recreation only further affirm, I think, the exigence of our recommendation, that there is a palpable need and even, I'd say, a demand for a community recreation center in Cape May for all ages and for all resident statuses. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all of your work.
That's, thank you
whole-
for all the work.
Yeah, for the whole task force.
Lorraine, Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. And it's nice to see so many responses, really. I mean, that's a pretty good sample there. Yeah, that's very good, and a lot of good data and information to absorb. Are you going to be the first author lecture series on number 5?
That would be
Danny?
After my son.
I love it. I love it. Yeah,
She
that's
is the
great.
seasoned
That's great.
person.
That's awesome.
You know, the stats were accurate because that ended up at number 5, not number 1. so.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And to the rest of the library task force, we just thank you very much for your service and time. Yep. Okay. Next, we have so I'm going to preface this one to hopefully help Councilmember McDade here. This next presentation is on the Promenade Bench Program, and I gave this to Maureen because I knew this was going to be a difficult discussion, but something that needed to be had. Anyone who's looked at the Promenade lately, a lot of the benches are really in disrepair, some more than others, but really in bad shape. I think there's a couple things that Councilwoman McDade would say right off the front, and I won't steal your thunder, but we all know how important this is to so many people, their location that they have, the benches, et cetera, et cetera. So just please understand right from the beginning that Council's very much aware of those things. And with that, we'll take it away.
Okay, so I don't want to turn my back, but it will be, I will just turn a little bit so Erin can see my cues here. So as the mayor has said, he tasked me with taking a look at this and coming up with a solution that would honor the benches and the memories that people have associated with those, but at the same time trying to make sure that we had structurally sound and aesthetically pleasing benches up on the promenade. So this is only looking at what is at the promenade. So working with Eric Brzezinski, Casey Radigan, 2 members of their staff, Edie and Brittany, who were instrumental, and really this was a work group. And we met to first just talk about where the benches were and had to discover, quite frankly, where the details were associated with the original applications. Thankfully, they were found in a file cabinet over in DPW after much source looking. So in total, there are 370 benches currently on the promenade. These were benches that were installed beginning in 2009, with the majority in place by 2014. There are some that date to around the 2018 timeframe. The process for an individual to secure a bench was to complete an application, request if they wanted a personalized plaque, and that was the associated payment was mailed in, and that was at that time $1,416. The application utilized the term memorial bench, but there were really no other parameters defined in the program. It really was just the application, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We have completed a master file. We took all of those paper applications and entered them into a database. Every single bench was inventoried on the promenade, all 370. There is a marker that identifies where that bench location is, and it aligns with the original applicant. And so there is a source document that completely identifies where a bench is located and who purchased that bench originally. I want to make sure that's very emphasized because I know that this is a very personal matter for a lot of people.
And that took a lot of work from you. And
Well, yeah, yes. Casey and Eric were singular in that, effort. One of the things I want to mention is that we did first approach the vendor and say, what could we do to remediate some of these or rehab them? And the vendor immediately responded, it'll cost more money for us to do anything with these benches from a rehab standpoint, that it would be less to buy new benches. So that is where we came to a conclusion, and that's what we're presenting this evening. Next slide. My paperwork. This was the original, just to show you the original applications and, the information that was sent. It just, was very simplistic, and there really was no other as I said, parameters around what the program would need. I think this was done with the best of intentions, but looking down the road now, we recognize that we need to have something that's a bit more structured so that people are aware of the sort of what the parameters are for the program. Our goal is to obtain the best possible pricing for the replacement of these benches that are greater than 10 years old. And that represents about 275 of the 370 currently on the promenade. And we would like to get these in place in advance of the 2024 season and have a work plan around that. We have a vendor that's currently, we've been working with Sean, who's been great, our QPA. He's been out trying to get us different quotes, and we are looking at one right now. Eric Brzezinski has looked at the bench, the materials, and this particular vendor has offered to secure the pricing through 2024. And I want to tell you how critically important that is, because the prices of these materials can go up. Freight goes up, everything kind of goes up. So we're trying to our best to make sure that we can get a price that will adhere to what we're looking to replace during this off-season, as well as for the next round of benches that would be replaced in 2024. That would be the remainder of the original 370 that would need to be replaced next season. So some of the current state, as I've mentioned, we did the inventory list. It's now a master file. It includes all the original applicants, their key contact information, addresses, phone number, emails, as well as all of the details for the personalized plaques that they have on the bench. Physical assessment of the benches showed that many are rusted, as the mayor has said, in multiple locations. The slats are structurally compromised, and these are outside of the warranty period, as I previously mentioned, for this first group. And so, replacement is really our only option. Our plan is to send an individual.
Just highlight that you did look into the warranty that
Yes,
exists.
yes,
and
yeah.
it's outside of.
Yes, the warranty, the original warranty, which is of course limited with most vendors, are only 10 years. And these benches, this first grouping, is outside of the 10-year warranty period.
Thank you.
A letter will be sent to the individuals listed from the original application on file. This communication would detail the reasons the city is undertaking the replacement of the bench, that they are being offered the first opportunity to participate in the new program with their existing plaque to be placed on a new bench at the same location. If unable to reach them, we will follow up by reaching out via phone and email if necessary, and also something will be posted on the city website for anyone who would see maybe a family or a friend had one and they would be able to reach out to them and have them get in touch with the recreation department. The new program will include the 10-year term for any bench. So we're making this a 10-year term. We're trying to make sure that we are communicating what the structure will be. The reasoning for this is because it aligns with the standard warranty period for the benches. There is the potential that not everyone will want to participate in the future. These individuals will have the opportunity to pick up their bench, and if they desire, and the plaque if they desire, and instructions will be included in the letter on how they can do so. So we're trying to make sure that we're being as accommodating as possible, knowing that not everyone may want to continue to participate. Their bench that is currently up on the promenade will be available to them.
And at no cost.
And at no cost, yes.
I mean, maybe obviously, but if you would like to pick up your old bench,
Yep.
you can pick it up and it's
Right.
yours.
So the letter will be sent out at the end of the month. We're giving until November 17th for the application to be sent back in and renewed with the check. If the person decides that they don't want to renew and participate in the program, but desires to get their bench, we will hold that bench until March of 2024. But you will have to contact the Recreation Department at the numbers provided on the letter to alert them that that is what you desire to do. If you participate, a bench will be purchased, your current bench will be removed, the plaques on there will be placed on the new bench, and it will go back into the same exact location. So I would like to say that again. Take the old bench, move it out of the spot, take the plaque off, put the new bench in the same spot with the plaques on there. Okay? The timeline is, as I said, we're starting at October 1st to send the letters out, that we would like to have the payments back in and the applications completed by November 17th. By the end of the year, we'll be placing our order with the vendor. And then during the winter and springtime, we will take delivery, and these will be assembled and placed up on the promenade so that they will be ready by the summer of 2024. Again, this is 275 of the current 370 on the promenade. Next year, we will send communication out to the remaining bench applicants for the remaining 95, I think, to be replaced. There are a couple that are from the 2018 timeframe. That represents only about 10 benches. So, but we know what who the applicants for those benches, we know where they're located, and so they would not be replaced until the warranty, unless something else occurred. We have asked for a formal resolution this evening so that we can ensure that we have this codified, that there is something that we can look to in the future for anyone who is, wants to know about the bench program for the promenade. It also does offer us an opportunity, once we get through this process, to evaluate people who have been on the wait list. If there's areas on the promenade that we could add benches to, we will have a formal program in which that can be done. We are working on that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. We are working on that, sir. We have just gotten the quotes in. And just today, I had Mr. Brzezinski taking a look at the 3 that we've received to make sure that he was okay with the products. So we haven't finalized, but we will in the next 2 weeks before the letters go out. And that's been one of our big goals. We've gotten, I'm going to say, a big range of prices. So we're really making a diligent effort to try and find the best product. And the key that I want to mention is trying to get a vendor that's going to hold that price for us through next year. And that's, with the way supply chains and prices are, that's not an easy thing to do, but we're trying to be cognizant of that. So in the end, I would just say, Aaron, you can just go to the very end. So, we want to make sure that we continue to honor your loved ones. We're sure that you understand the need to maintain the safety and well-being of the public, but utilizing these benches. We hope that our intentions of notifying anyone who currently has a bench and informing them of the guidelines for participating moving forward will help to a smooth transition. We're working on leveraging the pricing, as I've mentioned before, and to make sure that the warranty period is consistent with what we believe to be a reasonable period of time for someone to have the bench up on the promenade. And thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Just on the prices, I'll add.
Yeah,
because I
go
know,
ahead.
There is no attempt whatsoever to have a revenue source from this. It would simply be the cost of the bench, the installation, and freight. So we all know this, that the intention is not for this to be a revenue source, but simply to pay for the bench itself. And I don't think you saw what the price of the original 10 at 2014, it was $1,400.
14, 16, yeah.
I think the numbers that we're looking at is probably within 20% of that cost
Yeah.
at the max.
Yeah,
So
and that's what we've really, as I said, we've had some far-ranging ones, which, I would say that people would, so that's why we keep trying to get better quotes, and that is what Sean has been working with us on, so. Are there any questions from anyone in the audience? Okay, Mary and Stacy, okay.
So we're going to open it up for public comment.
Okay,
Please
yep.
come on up to the microphone. Nice job.
Oh, thanks.
My question was the look of them. You want materials that are going to be.
So we're looking right now at one that is similar with the slats. They're a recycled sort of AZAC kind of design so that it stands up to the weather. And the design is a little bit different, I think, the one that we're looking at, but still with sort of a powder-coated, steel cast iron look on the edges. So 8 foot, same, everything else kind of looks the same from that perspective. Once we finalize it, we may be able to include a picture in the communication in the letter.
Why I'm saying that is that to maybe have them look similar, because we're not going to be replacing them all right next to each other.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why trying to do the majority of these between now and next year is really to achieve that, so that, and the other ones will be out of warranty also. So that's why this is a 2-year kind of process. We will have next season a transition period, unfortunately, but I think we'll get there by after next season. So, thank you for the question.
My question was, are these including the benches that are in the pavilion at the Cove?
No, right now, Mrs. Notch, we are only looking at the promenade. Yeah, so this was a big undertaking, so we're just at the first part of it, and I'm not volunteering for Phase 2. For the record. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Please state your name and address, just in case I don't know everybody. Thank you.
James Van Pelt, 204 Philadelphia Avenue. The benches that won't be reclaimed, what is the plan for those benches?
They'll be recycled, I understand?
So the original buyer of the bench does not want the bench?
Yeah.
So what will happen with those?
I think they'll just be recycled. Meaning,
Recycled.
yeah, because a lot of them are structurally not sound, so it's not as if those could be kept.
So for some benches that are structurally sound, can they be offered to the public or no?
It would have to be a bidding process. I mean, it'd have to be obviously an open process. So I think that's something we could consider,
Yeah.
obviously.
On our Gov Deals,
I would say Eric.
like on our Gov Deals resolution or
Right.
something, if it's an
And I have
asset.
another question, why was none of this addressed within the 10-year period while it was still under warranty? Why did
I
you
could
wait
not
till
speak
after
to
the
that,
warranty
sir.
is expired?
Yeah.
It's been some time. I couldn't tell you exactly, but I think the fact is that looking at the cost of whether it be repairing and replacing was part of the discussion that they held.
Yeah.
And it became apparent that they wanted to replace. You know?
Okay.
And wanted, I should say, is wrong terminology. It became apparent that the obvious thing to do was replace. I mean, I know Eric Brzezinski looked at even, what if you were to take apart all of the benches, sandblast
Yeah.
all of them? I mean, you know, on a grand scale, sandblast all of them, repaint all of them, and it was cost prohibitive.
There is framing that can be used, I don't know, if
Reused.
cast or whatever it would be, that doesn't have to be painted. Because
Right.
painting is always a maintenance issue, especially with this type of environment. I don't know if you can look into.
We're looking at a product right now that, according to the manufacturer, and I asked Mr. Brzezinski to take a look at it, that states that it has, it's powder coated, so it is resistant to salt and coastal environment.
Right.
And so, of course, nothing's ever foolproof, you know, as we all know, but this has for that particular aspect, I believe it's a 5-year related warranty to it, but he felt that might be, you know, a good option as opposed to, you know, the current cast, you know, the other materials that are there. So I'm leaving that to his expertise, but he and I discussed that today, and he felt that was a good option.
The only last question would be anchoring of the benches. So are they going to align with the anchors that are in place now, or you would have to?
So there's another piece to this that I have not had an opportunity to discuss with the mayor. That would be, I don't want to say any more since he and I did not get a chance to talk. But the ideal would be that this would appear seamless.
Oh, okay.
If that answers your question.
Because the
in best way.
installation costs could rise tremendously with, you know, having to take up the old anchors, putting in new anchors.
Yeah, yeah, so there's another option, there's another part to this that we're going to be taking a look at to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to secure.
Can I ask a question not about the benches? Can I go back
We'll have public comment soon.
Okay.
Let's just keep it on the benches for now. Yeah, please.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
questions.
Okay.
I think someone else.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Patrice Callahan. I have a home in West Cape May, 125 York Avenue, and I have a bench right at Queen Street, 2019, so hopefully I'm on your list. And was there any attempt to notify any of those 375 people about this presentation this evening by anyone? That's my first question.
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, but this is the initial, you know,
proposal, yes.
announcement, and then we will send a letter to every single
To an
person.
individual who is affected by this
Yes.
person.
Oh, I understand that, but this is really eye-opening. And so with that said, I understand there's a waiting list for people that want to have benches as well. Is it going to be the same cost to those of us who already have benches as opposed to new people? Is there a discounted rate if I want to participate in this program second time around?
No, and it's the cost of the bench and the
The
installation.
goal is not a revenue source, if that answers your question. I mean,
No, I know, but I've already spent
could be-
$1,500, and now I'm going to spend another possibly $2,000 if I want to keep my spot. That's, unless I'm misunderstanding something.
But your bench is 2018.
2018.
You won't be asked to replace your bench right now.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Oh.
Thank you. 2009, I was one of the first.
Oh, you're 2009.
No, no,
Okay,
no,
so
I-
yes. Okay.
No, I probably did say 2019. No, my mom.
That's okay.
2000.
Yes, then you would be receiving the letter, and the cost for the bench and the installation is the same regardless of whether or not you currently have a bench or if you were a new member to the program.
Okay. So
But, yes, I mean, there's no, I mean, we're just buying the bench on your behalf.
Okay.
But I think you bring up a good point, you know, even just putting things out on social media, things like that, which, you know, just to, I'm sure a lot of the contact information that you have, some of it, people might have moved.
Oh, sure, no, I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I mentioned.
Hopefully, it's going to be more than just, is it a certified letter? Is it?
No, I don't think it's a certified letter. They were going to use all the information that was on the original application, which was an address, email, phone, you know, all means. But yes, it's a good point. We could put it out on the city website, put it out on the, you know, Cape May Live, you know, kind of thing. Yeah.
That's how I found out about that this.
Okay,
on
yeah,
Cape May
yeah.
Live.
Right.
So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
and just on the process, just so everybody knows this, the process really is for Councilmember McDade to put together the plan, present it to council for us to discuss, because we could say, you did a terrible job and we're not doing this, and then we don't do anything. So this is, we have the conversation as council, decide that, which we are yet to do, by the way, and decide then to send out letters to everybody, blast this out there from the rooftops as much as we possibly can, which I'm sure all of us want to do. Yeah. Any other comments on benches? Okay, we can close that public comment. I just, while closing that comment, council, do you have any questions or comments for Councilwoman McDade? I know how much work that took to document all that, and
Yeah, and I will say that, you know, working with Casey and Eric and the rest of the team, they, you know, it was a lot of work. It's not easy because we know how personal this is for everyone. And it's the reason we started this back probably in May. And it's taken, you know, going through everything that we went through and making sure that we were evaluating this from all sides before we wanted to put something out in the public space, and working on getting the best pricing and the best product, and getting something that would also be structured in a way that was communicated, because for those who did sign up for a bench in 2009, we couldn't find anything that, you know, even talked to what your expectation would be as someone who was, you know, getting a bench. And the terms associated with that, and the fact that, you know, it was a memorial bench, but, you know, there was nothing that spoke to it was a lifetime bench. And, you know, so our goal with that was to say, what are we trying to accomplish here? What's the best information we can put out? What's the best price we can get, and make sure going forward for anyone who is re-upping or becoming new to the program, that everyone understands what the guidelines would be, so that there's not this type of a surprise for some future council member in you know, to explain to the public.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I was thinking questions, I didn't have any comments.
Right.
Great job,
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Councilwoman McDade, I think, thank you, and thanks for putting all that time into this.
I've also had questions in relation to how many benches there are, et cetera. One thing just to point out to people, because some people might not recognize this, the benches in many cases actually serve as a dual purpose of not only a seat, but as a railing we would be required to have a railing otherwise if we didn't have a bench in a lot of those locations. So I've heard some comments about clutter on the promenade, et cetera. There's been plenty of discussion of a railing compared to a bench or whatever, and having kind of a useful, attractive bench may be better than a big railing blocking people's views, et cetera. Okay.
I just have, just looking at, real quick, we have attached to this, which the presentation was wonderful, thank you. A lot of work went into that. We only have the application for the renewal form, and they have to be submitted by November the 17th. I'm just wondering about the new applications, or people
We're
that
not
are
going
on
to
the
be
waiting.
opening that up right now. We do
You're
have a
not.
current wait list. My recommendation would be, let's get through this grouping and next season's grouping. I would not want to start opening up to new
Okay.
applicants until we felt confident, pardon me, that we had notified and allowed everyone who currently has a promenade bench to either renew or choose not to. At that point in time, then we would have to make a decision if we want to open it back up. There may be some logistics with that, Deputy Mayor, because if someone does not want to renew, we might have an open spot, to the mayor's point. We may have to deal with that. Not knowing, though, I would not want to put that out there, that we have an expectation of opening up to new applicants until we were really sure how many individuals would not want to participate in the future. Because I wouldn't want to set an expectation that we will be taking new applicants, not knowing that. So that was something that we decided to just, and some people do call the Recreation Department or DPW at times and ask to be put on the list, so we do have a list. There's actually a list. But not knowing where they might be placed or what availability there would be, I think it would probably need to wait until after next year.
Right, because I was looking at the March 31st and thinking there's going to be some overlapping.
Yeah,
and I
but
was
not
concerned with
everything's
that.
leaving at that point in time.
Right.
There's still some that are remaining, and I think at that point, we would probably have to come back and say, of the 270 that we offered out to be replaced, we had X percentage that chose not to, and we now have that as available spots if we want to consider as a council opening it up to new applicants. So,
Nice job.
okay, thanks.
Yes, nice job. With that, we can open it up to Mr. Dietrich, and you can put on his cap as the floodplain manager.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
pardon me.
Council, we actually do have a resolution listed next relating to the bench program, if Council would like to take action on that.
Do you want to do it now?
On the agenda, it is listed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
If Council wants to.
That makes
do
sense.
It is
Yep.
24709-2023, resolution authorizing memorial bench replacement program.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments on that, council? Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes. Okay,
Now, Paul.
now
Thank you.
Paul.
So this is the time of year where we're getting ready to update, do our annual update for the CRS program. That's a community rating program with FEMA that provides a discount for all the residents that have the NFIP, the National FEMA's Flood Insurance Program. You don't get a discount, unfortunately, if you have private insurance. So the two parts that just really had discussion, no actions needed to be taken, but just more of an informative thing. The first thing is kind of doing a review and update of our hazard mitigation plan, and really it kind of outlines all the different CRS activities that we do as part of the program, as well as looking at the mitigation projects that are in our hazard mitigation plan, and just kind of giving a status update of those projects. So that's a required element as part of the update, is to kind of review and update all those elements. Next month, you'll get a copy of the actual formal annual update, which documents all the different activities that we do, but they are summarized in the memo that I prepared on September 1st. The next item that you have is the annual update to the MJPPI. That's a lot of acronyms. So that's the Multi-Jurisdictional Program for Public Information. Kimmy City participates in a group of, it's now up to 15 municipalities in Cape May and Atlantic counties, where we all work together to kind of put together this program for public information, to do different outreach programs. And we've been going on since, I think, 2016 as a group. I actually kind of organize the whole annual update annually. We have 2 biannual meetings that we have to hold. One's in June, one's in December, that kind of reviews the whole program for public information. And then we actually have several stakeholders that work with the communities to provide stakeholder outreach. And those stakeholders actually would actually almost maximize the outreach credit that's permitted under there. So, so if we forgot to do some of our outreach, this outreach is covered under that program. So it's a good program. And also, I think when we send out the part of our outreach in the tax bills, most people probably get that, look at it really quick, and it tosses it in the trash, and so that you don't really get the benefit. The advantage of the stakeholder outreach is it comes from a different perspective and a different message, and is more likely to get across to not only our residents, but also visitors that may not get a physical tax bill, but also important to get the flood information. So that's really just a update so that everybody can kind of see what's going on for flood insurance and flood promotion.
That's great, and thanks for being right on top of that, as we know it's so important, so thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay.
Council, next we have ordinances for introduction. We have 519, 2023, an ordinance amending the Cape May City Code to repeal Chapter 258 and to adopt a new Chapter 258.
Sorry, let me get my paperwork square here.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize. Do we have a motion on this?
Motion to introduce 519, 2023.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any
Councilmember-
questions or comments on this, council?
I have questions. A lot of times we get this and we get it, lined.
There are no lines because we're actually repealing the entire
You're gonna repeal-
existing flood hazard ordinance and replacing it with this. And the reason why this is happening, the DEP in concert with FEMA has identified that the model ordinance that the DEP used to have, they used to have 5 different model ordinances depending on where you were in the state of New Jersey, depending on the types of flood hazards you have, and then they boiled it down to 1, or actually 2. So this is essentially the model ordinance, but modified to meet the needs of Cape May City. There are no technical changes to the requirements of the flood hazard program. So it's really just a reformatting of the flood hazard ordinance. There's a lot of additional sections. A lot of the sections you'll see in there that if you see where it's listed like a floodway or a riverine floodway, those are areas and those sections do not apply to the city of Cape May because we do not have mapped riverine flood sections within the city. So even though they're part of the model ordinance, they don't really allow us to take them out. And the reason why the model ordinance was developed is because when FEMA started doing the reviews of different ordinances, they realized that the model ordinance that the state had developed really doesn't match the actual NFIP requirements. So in order to be compliant with the NFIP program, which allows us to, our homeowners and residents to have NFIP insurance, we have to adopt this ordinance to cover all the bases with FEMA.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, is there any need for education to the zoning board or planning board members, or if this would just be falling under your purview?
This is, it doesn't, because it's not a land use ordinance.
Okay.
There is no need for, I'll say a consistency review from the planning board. If we were maybe making a significant change or any change to, I'll say, the freeboard elevation, which could affect building height, then I would say that, you might want to send it up to the planning board for a consistency review to make sure,
Okay.
is there any impact to the, the land use section? However, there are no changes to the technical requirements, so, therefore, I don't think a consistency review is really necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, or comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Next, we have 520-2023, an ordinance amending Chapter 390 of the Cape May City Code regarding property maintenance to include regulation of invasive species.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Any questions or comments on this one, council? No? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Next, we have 521-2023, a bond ordinance providing for various water, sewer, utility improvements by and in the city of Cape May, in the county of Cape May, state of New Jersey, appropriating $2 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2 million bonds or notes of the city to finance the costs thereof.
Do I have a motion? Do we have a public? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
This is only
Nope.
introduction.
Introduction. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council? Kevin, would you give us a brief introduction on this?
Yeah, no problem. So this bond ordinance is more so just a legal formality, which creates a budget line item for us to be able to expend funds related to any startup costs, planning, engineering, design for the desalination plant. I just want to clarify, bond ordinances do not issue any debt or bonds, so we're not incurring any debt here. It's just purely creating a line item that we can spend against, using funds on hand, and then if we want to go out to bond for it further down the road, we can. We do not want to. We are hoping that we can get grants in that will cover it. In fact, we have Section 4 in the ordinance, which states in the event that we receive any contribution or grants, it will reduce the amount of this bond ordinance, hopefully to zero.
Perfect. Any other questions, comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Next, we have ordinances for second reading and consideration for adoption. Ordinance 506-2023, an ordinance amending the zoning code to include recommendations made pursuant to the 2019 master plan reexamination. This was tabled from the September 5th meeting, and the public hearing was tabled as well.
Okay, before we open it up for the public hearing, we had requested, and thank you for your patience, Craig. I kind of forgot how many presentations we had before you, but I appreciate you being patient. Craig Hurlis is our engineer for the Planning and Zoning Board, and has joined us here to discuss any questions from the public and/or from this table in regards to 506.
Yeah, if it's appropriate, let me just give an introduction to how we got here,
Perfect.
how this ordinance is in front of you. So, my name is Craig Hurlis. I am the Planning Board Engineer and Planner, as well as the Zoning Board Engineer and Planner, and I've served in that position for probably since 1995 in some capacity. So I've been here a while, very familiar with your ordinances, very familiar. I prepared your last master plan re-exam, as well as the previous master plan. So as part of the function of that master plan, the planning board has required to re-examine or prepare a new master plan once every 10 years. The last one was done in 2019. In that review, there are recommendations for land use changes to the ordinance. So this, and in that land use recommended changes, there's approximately 50 recommended changes. This is a portion of them. The planning board has tasked me with drafting a draft ordinance that's consistent with the recommendations that were contained in that master plan in the re-exam in 2019. So we've tackled what we consider the low-hanging fruit or the easier ones. And this represents the first version of those. and they're absolutely consistent with the master plan because those recommendations are contained directly or obtained directly from that. I understand there were questions with regards to a couple of the specific ordinance changes in sections.
I think you got hung up on one in particular.
I think I was made aware
So,
of that one.
just, Mr. Solicitor, as a question, I just don't want to get too far out of order. Next would be the public hearing. Would you recommend that we open this up for the public hearing first, or have this discussion?
Well, I think it would be helpful to hear Mr.
Okay,
Hurlis's
thank you.
response, and then
That
that
may
way.
answer the questions.
Yeah.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
So I think there was a question with regards to changes to the definition of building setback line? Is that what the, okay.
That was the one.
So I'll start with that. So as part of the recommendations, there was a specific recommendation that said setbacks are to be measured to the nearest face of the structure, including eaves and steps. It is recommended that the setbacks are measured, let me grab my glasses here. It's been a long day. Setbacks are measured to the nearest face of the structure, including eaves and steps. It is recommended that setbacks be measured to the wall and eaves not more than 18 inches be permitted within the required setback. Okay, I'll stop there and explain that. So our setbacks, whether it's side yard, front yard, rear yard setbacks, are measured to the nearest projection, eave, roof gutter, etc. A lot of applicants or persons that are doing renovations on their property and are trying to secure a building permit would lop off the eaves to meet the setback requirements. And we've seen instances in town where that has happened, and it's the architecture and design is not really consistent with the fabric and streetscapes of Cape May.
You get the Monopoly house.
Yes.
The wall roof.
Exactly. So we believe that there should be an allowance to allow those eaves to project into that setback up to 18 inches. So that was the reason for doing that. Okay? Now, the second part of that recommendation says stairs should not be included in the building setback requirements. Stairs should have a separate setback requirement and also have a maximum width requirement when located within a required building setback. Okay, so we have lots of non-conforming situations, but the board felt, and these are the board recommendations, these are not my recommendations. I author these documents for them, but we vet these through the full planning board. The setbacks for, like you measure your setbacks to your steps, any projection of the principal structure. So what we were seeing also was, in order to avoid a variance or to secure a building permit and pass the zoning review, people would come up with unique ways of dealing with the steps, whether they were inset into the porch or turned sideways or angled at a strange angle, to avoid the variance situation or to comply so that they could secure a building permit. And the board felt that those instances were not good examples of architecture and not consistent with the streetscape of Cape May. So that is how the recommendations evolved, I believe. And we're adding on the language in the definition for building setback line, so everything stays the same. It gives you an allowance for the roof eave projection, and gutters for principal structure shall be permitted a maximum of 18 inches into any yard setback. So your setback is measured to the face of the structure. You're allowed to have eaves that extend no more than 18 inches. If they extend more than 18 inches, then the normal code would apply and they would be in violation or would have to secure a variance in order to develop it that way.
So, question in reference to that?
Sure.
Okay. Was there, okay, and I understand the streetscape, the eaves, architecturally it does matter. Was there thought about moving the setbacks maybe to compromise that, because now we're increasing impervious surface area as well?
If you move the setbacks, then the massing of the building enlarges.
Yeah, and that your
And
lot
I don't
coverage.
think there was any
yeah, intention.
real desire to.
But move the setback back with this in mind as well. That's what I'm saying. So not only are you moving the setback back,
Right.
like, you know, yeah, and then allowing them to come
Well,
out 18
and
inches,
yeah, and
if that makes
I think
sense.
I was going in the same direction. I understand the eaves, and I think in a number of properties and areas within the city, I would understand that. I'm going to use the R4 as an example. So now you're allowing setbacks 5 feet closer to some really small streets down there. And I'm just not sure if the planning board considered that area in particular.
Okay.
I've always been a proponent of not treating that area differently, but in this instance, you're now getting people closer to the sidewalk than was probably maybe thought about or intended, so I just,
So this is the stair projection you're talking about?
yes, I'm sorry, I'm on that.
So the eaves are the 18 inches.
Yeah, that-
I didn't think there was any big problem with that. I think the stairs is a little more of a controversial issue, maybe possibly. So the projections for the entry stair, projections in the front yard setbacks by entry stairs and landings shall be permitted and limited to 5 feet, provided that the entry stair and landing is less than 10 feet wide, so we're limiting the width. And the principal building is currently conforming to the front yard building setback requirements of the zoning district. So
So
you
if,
can't have a non-conforming structure, you utilize this provision to extend those steps out into the setback.
okay, so putting on a enclosing a front porch and then trying to put your steps out there would not be permitted under this?
That's not permitted.
Okay,
You would have to go seek a variance just like
okay, all right,
just
okay.
as if. But, so what this is trying to do is promote applicants from trying to conform and driving the design into something that I don't think,
Okay, so I think I'm understanding your perspective now. You're basically trying to say if you need to get a variance in order to achieve that, you know, the aesthetically streetscape, then go, that's what you need to do, applicant, not be creative with where you're putting your steps.
I think the board was considering, one, the fact that those front porches are very important to the fabric of Cape May, and that's mentioned in the master plan, and that those steps that project straight out is, I mean, you can take a look at all of the examples of the historic architecture. I think almost every one show those steps projecting straight out, and I think the board wants to encourage that type of design and discourage those type of weird situations where people are turning steps, side entries, bringing them back into the porch, which,
That's the one you see a lot is
the inset.
you know what that
It's
is,
in
like
between the
right.
inset, yeah.
It's the porch and then the steps are kind of up into it. Yeah.
Craig, the steps now, are they counted towards lot coverage in your analysis when you're reviewing these?
Yes.
Okay.
So steps are counted towards lot coverage. If they're pervious, like wood with slats in between, they count as 50% towards lot coverage if you're in a residential district.
So to Councilwoman Baldwin's example of worrying about, we still have these other density controls and bulk requirements, even if council were to adopt this, and I just want to use this as an example to illustrate it. We're worried about somebody completely maxing out the lot, right? But if someone were, even if they could build out to the setbacks and they wanted to place the stairs outside, or it may meet this requirement, but they could potentially be over on lot coverage if they go over on that.
So in looking at applications to see whether they're overdeveloping the lot, we look at the floor area ratio. That's the massing of the house, and it's in a ratio you're allowed. It's based on the lot area that you have. And so each use has a ratio that you're permitted to do. Lot coverage is the next control. You know, are you over on lot coverage? Are you under on lot coverage? Lot coverage is a control of how much you can have on the footprint of that lot. So there are, those controls work. Now, this is not a huge departure from what your ordinance already allows. So there is a provision in your ordinance that says if you're in a block and 50% of the lots in that block are non-conforming with regards to front yard setback, you're allowed to have a surveyor prepare a survey, and they take the average of the 4 adjacent homes on that side of the street, and you're allowed to average that, and then your setback can conform to that average and you don't need a variance. So there's already a provision that allows you to extend into there if you have that street pattern. There's also a provision in the ordinance that says if I'm raising my house, and this is consistent with the, after Superstorm Sandy, the state enacted requirements to encourage house raising to meet the flood standards. If you raise your house, you're allowed to extend your front steps or any access steps straight out without regard to variances, without regard to setbacks, and you don't need variances. So those two provisions are already in your ordinance. So we're already seeing the ability to, so this is not a huge departure from those allowances.
Any other questions, council? Let's open it up to the public for any questions. And this would be obviously limited to this ordinance 506. And if you'll excuse me for just one moment, I'll be right back. But please continue. I'll be right back.
Okay, so Stacy Shan, 928 Columbia Avenue. So basically, this ordinance, this part with the 5, only applies to new construction.
That's not correct, because
Well, I'm saying if a house is raised, it doesn't matter. And you're saying with our...
New additions to a property, or
Well-
when you mean complete new construction?
I'm saying...
to additions and renovations too.
Well, yeah, but a lot of new properties that are going up around town, these builders bring these properties right to where they're supposed to be, and then they put the steps on the side, because that way they can bring that house all the way out. So now you have a streetscape that's all consistent. Now these steps are going to come out 5 feet closer. And I'm on Columbia Avenue, and I would say that if those 5 feet came out, you're probably only 5 feet now to the sidewalk. It's going to be that much closer to those setbacks. I mean, to that property line and the sidewalks.
That is a R2 district?
R3.
R3, I think.
R3. So the required setback for that district is 25 feet. So at
But that's from, isn't that from the center of the street? The 25?
The way that this ordinance reads, it
Yeah.
says that you have to have a
Property line.
conforming structure, and if you have a conforming structure, you're allowed to extend 5 feet into that setback.
Right, but I just know my neighbors are on that 25, that's a new construction, right? And the steps are on the side because they wanted to make sure that they got the full access of that property. If they didn't, they would put that stairs in that center coming down that property, and I'm telling you,
So
It's gonna
I
be
think what
close.
Mr. Hurlis was trying to say is that the reason for doing this, and I understand where you're coming from, Ms. Sheehan, but I think what he's saying is they're trying to get people to stop doing that, making these side step adjustments and keeping more of the streetscape consistent. So in some ways, I guess this is somewhat of a trade-off, right? We're trying to make sure that people are being more aesthetically in line with the streetscape and not trying to find a workaround by putting in side steps or steps that are going into the actual porch, and believing that this allowance in making this change will achieve that goal. That's how I would interpret this.
right.
If your required setback is 25 feet, this only gets you to 20 feet with the steps only. So your structure, the massing of the structure is still the required setback at 25, but the open steps that are there, that really, and I think the board had a discussion about light air and open space. They felt these steps are not really a huge impact on light air and open space. So
Right.
that's the reasoning behind this recommendation.
Now, but you're saying for R3, they couldn't put the steps going straight out? For the
No,
R3?
It's to
They can.
encourage going.
So in that area, they can put those porches on, and then they can put the steps going out the front? Okay.
As long as they're within the setback. And if they go beyond the setback, then they would wind up having to get a variance.
But not the steps, just the building?
Yeah, but for most, that's why I was asking about R4, because a lot of that is being developed with the porches enclosed, and they could put those steps further out, as long as they were still within the setback. It's 25 feet down there.
But they didn't have to, but the steps aren't included in that 25 feet anymore, even for that area?
Not anymore, no.
Right, okay.
Yes, that is the caveat.
But it's only 5 feet of the steps.
Yeah,
You're
it's
only
only-
allowed 5 feet.
Encourage it, 5 feet
Right,
for
right,
steps,
right.
correct.
Yeah, so if you need 8 feet of steps to create your landing,
You'd have-
only 5 feet of the 8 feet could be in that
Correct. And
setback.
if the other 3 feet are behind the setback line, it conforms and they could go pull a building permit. So it's trying to encourage those steps, projections to be straight out instead of that inset or weird offset or zigzag or whatever you want to call it.
Mr. Roush?
Craig, an old house that's raised up. In one case,
Name and address, please.
Jules Rouse, 1010 New York Avenue, thank you. They raised an old house 4 or 5 feet, and it has a front porch. They keep that. By the time they want to get the steps out, they're right out to the property line. That's not an issue?
That's permitted currently, and that's based on the flood protection code that was changed, the changes that happened after Superstorm Sandy. So they encouraged the raising of houses, and to do that, they said, all right, we're going to keep people out of the zoning board, that they can just raise these, extend their steps out, and not have to go through the zoning board process.
And how
That's
do you,
currently in your ordinance, that's not affected by this.
okay. Does that also then permit you to put a baluster at, let's say the steps come all the way out to the property line, can you put a baluster there too?
A baluster, what,
A post?
railing? I think, I'm assuming the steps is part, that code compliance steps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public on this ordinance? Council, any more questions?
Thank you.
Craig, thank you very much for that
Yep.
in-depth and for your service since 1995.
It's been a while. I was sitting
Yeah.
here thinking, I was like, it's been quite a while. So
Thank you.
for
Thank
having
you.
me, and
We have a motion and a second, correct? And so no more questions,
I
council?
actually am not, I don't believe we have a motion in a second. I
Do-
think
do
we
I have a
dove right
motion?
into Craig, so.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any other questions or comments? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes?
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
All right. Next, we have 517-2023, an ordinance amending city code to include a prohibition of light pollution within the residential zones of the city of Cape May. And there is a public hearing scheduled, Mayor.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on 517, 2023? Again, Craig, thank you very much.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Ross Johnson, 826 Lafayette Street. I'm a big fan of this ordinance. The house that I live in, we have 4 occupancies, and right next to it is a row of townhouses, a new row of townhouses. And when they built the townhouses, the contractor installed these huge outside lighting fixtures that are actually taller than the street lights, and they have a huge globe on top. They go on at 8 o'clock, and they go off at 2. Because of the globe, it's not a downward light, it's an glaring all-over light. When my sons and their family come to visit, they bring those night things that you put on your head.
I'm sorry to laugh.
Yeah. Anyway, when it was first introduced, I approached my neighbors because they are absolutely lovely people. They care about us very much at our home. And I told them of this ordinance, and they said, well, we hate the lights too. And, we understand your problem. But they need, this will come to my question. Once this ordinance is, if it's passed and if it's enforced, how long will they have to correct this problem? Because we're talking about a huge pole, we're talking about a big globe on top, and I do understand, they understand my situation and I understand theirs.
Right.
But they asked me, well, how long would we have to, correct this?
Could I have the solicitor address that?
So I do have some suggestions for council based on some of the review that was done. one of the suggestions, and I'll get to the other ones, is this council is very familiar with our invasive species ordinance. It was on the table tonight for an amendment. The process for that is not see it in court, the first phone call. It's initiated by an impacted property owner, first of all, so that we don't have a roving, it's not like code enforcement's looking for a problem.
So could you highlight that, because the idea here is not for the city to go out here as like the light force.
Right.
No, this is not written by vampires designed to blanket, the town in darkness.
Right.
This is designed, and there may have been some confusion on that, but this is narrowly focused on the problem of nuisance lighting, which is not some term that we made up. It's something that's recognized in other towns. It's recognized by the Green Building Council and LEED and all those other things. So, but this is not in the current draft that's before us, and that's why I want to talk about it as an amendment. But to make this follow the same pathway as our invasive species ordinance, which is initiated by an impacted property owner. So if somebody has an issue, they reach out to code enforcement and indicate, look, I have a problem, there's this glare. And then the code enforcement officer is to initiate contact with the property owner that's emitting this light that's unreasonable and give them, evaluate the circumstances and establish a plan for abatement. And if that fails, then the summons and municipal court process initiates after that. But the goal is to get adjoining property owners to come to the table with the code enforcement officer, develop a plan, not to do a comprehensive lighting ordinance, but let's eliminate this nighttime issue that is causing disturbances to people and just focus strictly on that. So that was one of the suggestions that I was going to make to council is let's adopt a similar enforcement process that we already have in place for the invasive species, which is focused on the issue, not roving, looking at lighting everybody's sconces in town. Let's identify the problems and allow a release valve for those problems to be identified and then remedied.
That's a great
I like
idea.
that recommendation.
That's a good solution
Yeah.
to this, for
That's,
sure.
I would like to see
Okay,
us make the amendment to that.
So that's one. I'll get to the others, but.
Okay, that answers, that's a great idea. I like that, because it's working together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Roz. Any other comments from the public?
Hi, yeah, I'm also very interested in this one, and I'm curious, based on
Hi,
what
I'm
you
sorry,
just
excuse
said.
me. Could you
I'm sorry,
please state
Ray
your name and
Puglia,
address?
Idaho Avenue.
Oh, I can't, I'm sorry. We can't
Ray
hear you.
Puglia, Idaho Avenue, 1031 Idaho.
Okay.
As far as the process that I requested many weeks, months ago and stuff like that, we're going through it now. The guy's still doing what he was doing. I've got pictures from just a week or two ago. When the ordinance is enforced, I mean, is it enforced on the 17th like the document said, or no?
Well, we're going to have to go over some modifications here, I think would be my recommendation to council.
Okay, so when the time does happen, and then I can go to the code enforcement guys and say, hey, this guy's still not doing what he requested, how long will the code enforcement people give him to fix? It's a simple floodlight, 3 floodlights that need to be pointed down and need to be shielded.
Yeah, and I think what we want to do, the example that Roz had pointed to is these lights that are higher than the houses.
Right.
Versus a trip to Home Depot.
Right.
So I think what we want to do is encourage the code enforcement officer to evaluate the circumstances. And, if it is a trip to Home Depot circumstance, maybe you have 14 days, maybe you have 7 days. But to put a leash on it, to, look, this is a smaller problem. It can be fixed in a smaller time period. Here's how long you have to remedy it and abate it. And then if not, it turns into a municipal court summons.
And my question on it also is, I mean, if he just doesn't use the light, he's got all these other lights out there that, when they go see, that are on the back of the doors, on the back of the balconies. He's got like 6 balconies, has all these other type of lights. He doesn't really need the floodlights. I mean, can he be told, just don't turn them on until you get it fixed?
Well, that can go into abating the nuisance, abating the trespass. And that's something that the code enforcement officer should evaluate.
So this will all go back to them once you guys decide on whether you're going to do it or not.
Right, and what I wanted to suggest to council, like our invasive species ordinance, is to encourage these types of curbside discussions so that we're not in court for 6 months talking about
Right.
this and that. It's, look, some of these things really can be fixed easily. And in some cases, it may be changing the light bulb. You know, I don't want to get oversimplified things, but
Yeah.
there may be more simple solutions, and there may be more complex ones that require time. But I want to encourage the code enforcement to utilize that process first.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for all you've done.
Yeah,
This is
absolutely.
going down the right path.
Yeah. We can't put this in the ordinance, but they should go to Swain's, not Home Depot. But
I want to correct that for the record, yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Gillen Schwartz, I think whatever your recommendations are, and also, I'm just looking at Chief, I think it's important that if the code enforcement gentleman, you know, this could be example by example, and they may need some feedback at times or want to ask or bump some questions up, I would think, in the beginning, just to become familiar with it, especially because these would be, each situation may present itself to be unique. And so, you know, I wouldn't want them to try and being interpreted, everything sometimes on paper doesn't translate to the real world. So I would encourage them to reach out to you to, you know, for some guidance on this when we move forward with the final ordinance.
So on that, my piece here is, as mayor, I get some complaints sometimes, and I have gotten several on lighting, and I can understand them, especially the ones that I've followed up on and looked at night. You can see why some people are complaining when you have to shut the shades at night and things like that. That to me just seem like such an obvious issue. You know, people should not have to shut all their shades and all their blinds and close their windows every night because a spotlight is kind of focused on their house. So I think the goal in this ordinance is I've had several people say, why can't the city do anything about this? And some people have been emailing me for over a year. The fact is, we don't have a code on the books to enforce something. And again, I just want to be clear with the public. We're not looking to turn your lights off. We're not looking to make it completely dark all around town. But if there's things that seem like an obvious nuisance, that we could just politely ask the homeowner, the business owner, hey, could you turn it down a little bit? That would be kind of the goal of this ordinance in my mind.
Right.
Any other public comment? I apologize. This subject, yes.
So I just want to read a few things to council, and then I'll follow up with my comments. Standards locate light fixtures sparingly without impacting significant architectural features. Series of lights recessed in a soffit or fascia is not appropriate. Light level and color temperature should provide tasteful illumination and adequate security without overly emphasizing the building or appearing decidedly cold, white, blue, or amber in color. Color temperature of around 2,500 K and no greater than 3,000 K is generally appropriate. Uplighting a facade and color lighting such as red or blue is not appropriate. Shield light fixtures to prevent light spillage onto adjacent properties. Compliance with dark sky standards is encouraged. I'm reading from the HPC's new design standards. I'm not reading from the ordinance. And the reason I wanted to do that is to point out how I think these two proposals can be read consistently. And I also want to point out in reading that this ordinance is not attempting in any manner to be the HPC, to be the design standards, or replace those. Those are development regulations that people have to abide by when they go in and make applications. This is designed to abate nuisance light conditions. So I'll give you an example. And one of the other changes we can make here is just make the minimum Kelvin rating 3,000 instead of 3,500 to put us at the same rating as the HPC. I spoke to Mr. Dietrich today. We didn't see a reason not to do that, just to have that maximum light level set throughout town, whether you're in HPC or not. And again, this is in this case, if somebody makes a complaint, this isn't to invite code enforcement or challenge them to go out and do an inventory of everybody's lighting throughout town. This is like the invasive species ordinance, narrowly tailored towards abating an issue, abating a nuisance, and abating these nuisance conditions. So I know that the HPC provided some comments and the Environmental Commission, and those are, well taken and I think very thorough, but it's also not in the context of a comprehensive development regulation. This isn't a site plan ordinance, it's not a development regulation. This is a police ordinance to stop conduct that we think is disturbing when it gets to a certain level. So the changes, and this is after my review of those comments that we received after council sent this over to the boards and my discussions with Mr. Dietrich. I think the first thing we should do in terms of redlining and confirming what I think council's trying to do is in 312-2, which is applicability. And we can just confirm that this chapter is intended to regulate light trespass and light pollution within the residential zones, and light trespass and light pollution that originates from outside the residential zones but causes an impact within the adjoining residential zone. It's trying to establish some overarching standard for the commercial zones, and making it a distinguishing factor at this point is beyond the scope of what we're trying to accomplish with this ordinance. That's a more complex discussion of a development regulation. We can add a section at the end of this paragraph to say, this section is intended to set minimum standards to regulate and prevent light trespass. To the extent development regulations provide greater restrictions on lighting and design for fixtures and illumination, this section shall be read in addition to and not as a replacement for other applicable provisions. For example, if a property is located within the historic district, compliance with this section does not relieve the property owner from having to comply with the design standards for the historic preservation district, which may have more specific regulations on the appropriateness of fixtures and illumination ratings depending on the nature and location of the property. So we're not trying to be the HPC. We don't want to replace those. This is not the purpose of that. You may meet this and still not meet HPC standards, and you still have to deal with them. So in terms of prohibited acts, the next section, we would amend it to say, it already says installing or maintaining directional floodlights, spotlights, motion detector equipped lights, sconces, or other types of artificial lighting that provide a continuous concentrated beam of light extending beyond any property lines within or into any residential area. Delete the next sentence because we are regulating those things and we want them directed in a certain manner. In all cases, such artificial lighting shall be equipped with shielding or otherwise be arranged in such a manner as not to cause light trespass to an adjoining property owner. So someone may say, this doesn't need a shield, it's hidden by the shed, or whatever it is. That's a discussion they can have with, or they can arrange it in some way that won't cause light trespass. That allows for that discussion. So, but with the end goal of stopping the light trespass, however we get there, we can delete the next section B that's in the current ordinance, and then in new section B, we just move up all the list of items there. And what I discussed with Mr. Dietrich is, okay, we told you what you can't do. How about some ways of bringing yourself into compliance with this minimum standard to avoid the light nuisance condition? So that would say, notwithstanding the foregoing, any person whose lighting complies with the following requirements shall not be found in violation of the above section. So all fixtures shall be shielded type fixture. See that attachment that's included with the ordinance. But in addition, it would say for any property within the historic district, the illumination, lighting, and or fixture shall comply with the HPC design standards. So again, we're not trying to be the HPC with this ordinance. The light color Kelvin rating would go down to 3,000 from 3,500 in the current ordinance. And then the rest of that would remain the same, and then the enforcement provision would be replaced with a almost identical structure that we have in the invasive species ordinance that we went over earlier. So those are my proposed changes to this that I think try to incorporate some of the concerns that were expressed by the boards, but recognizing that the purpose is not to make a comprehensive development regulation. We're trying to eliminate light pollution, light trespass, and narrowly focus the ordinance in that direction. And I think the final thing about the enforcement and how that's supposed to go highlights that by saying this is not a roving thing. We want to do just what we did with the invasive species, tie it to the property owners that are impacted by it, bringing in a complaint, and then the code enforcement can follow up from there.
So, Mr. Gillen-Schwartz, do you think we should consider changing the title of prohibition of light pollution to prohibition of light trespass, or, or something to the affirmative for, addressing light abatement issues? Because light pollution, it sounds like we're trying to be all encompassing, in my opinion, in using that term, because you've used abatement and light trespass a lot. I'm just thinking it would be more consistent and maybe more understandable to the public. Light pollution sounds like it's all encompassing. Just, that's my opinion on it.
I think that's a fine suggestion. I'll tell you from a regulatory standpoint, it's probably tomato from my standpoint, but I think if Councilwoman McDade, you think that paints a clearer picture for the public, that's the goal, and we can go with that.
I would ask the other council members. Light pollution, I don't know necessarily.
And actually, that may go more to what Council Member Yeager is working on with the Environmental Commission.
I think at this point, we're trying to provide light abatement. We're trying to, have a process for people to be able to manage through light trespass issues. Light pollution just, it seems a bit too encompassing, and I don't think we're there yet.
And in talking about this just now, I even more to the point, this is all about property lines, right? Let's have downward-facing lights or guarded lighting so that it's not projecting beyond our own properties. And the idea that trespass would be the operative word in there, I think, makes a lot of sense.
So could you make a suggestion on?
So all of what I just went over could be made in the form of a motion to amend and then reintroduce. And then I have a red line copy right now that I'm looking at, and I would give that to the clerk, and she would republish. And then we would have another second reading and public hearing on this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that you addressed all of my concerns with the current ordinance. So I strongly agree with you. I would like to see us amend the ordinance as you proposed and bring it back again.
You want to make that in the form of a motion?
I will make it.
Mayor, if I-
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr., do you have something you want to say? Okay, I guess public.
Yeah.
And by the way, I will be commenting.
We're good.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Maureen.
I will be addressing environmental issues before this is all said and done, just so you know, Marty.
Martin Van Walsum, 329 Congress Street. I think you're raising a good point about that the regulation is not intended to be the HPC, but I think it creates an issue where people in town aren't going to understand the distinction. So they'll be calling code enforcement for things that the HPC standards may not deem as appropriate. And code enforcement is being put in, I think, a difficult position of trying to draw a line of what are they required to enforce and what are they not required to enforce. I believe it's clear in the law. I don't think it will be clear in the minds of the residents of Cape May.
So we have.
Thank you.
I think anytime you have a public safety or a public nuisance provision that is connected in some way to a development regulation, that type of confusion is bound to happen. And all you can do is minimize it and try and make it as clear as possible. We have a code enforcement officer. We also have a separate person that does HPC code enforcement for HPC issues. So I think things like calling this light trespass versus uniform lighting standards for the city of Cape May for all regulation, which this is not. This is designed to abate nuisance trespass conditions. So I hear your point, but I think that ultimately the best we can do in that circumstance is draft this as clearly as possible, and I think that these amendments tonight will be better delivering that message to the public.
And also, ultimately, it's code enforcement that's going to be making the decision, right? So code enforcement needs to know the difference between what's in this ordinance and what's an HPC issue. I mean, that they have to know that.
But in most cases, code enforcement's only going to be involved when a neighbor says this
Mm-hmm.
light is truly invasive.
And,
it-
and the conversation has not gone well between the two individuals.
Right, and the discussion, I think my neighbor's going over their HPC approval. That call's going to the HPC compliance officer.
Right.
If it's a call about, this guy's blasting a light in my window every night and I can't take it, that's going to go to the code enforcement officer. It's at the first outset, because it's in the nature of a nuisance complaint.
Any other public comments? We'll close public comment. Council, any other comments on this?
I'd like to comment on a couple of things, but again, first, excellent recommendations. It's, I think, exactly where we need to go with this ordinance, and hopefully get it there as quickly as possible so people can stop having to deal with problems that their neighbors just won't address themselves. Two other organizations were asked to review this ordinance. It was the HPC, and I think that they did an excellent job of reviewing it, and they had some excellent recommendations in there. As a matter of fact, let me comment also on the Environmental Commission. They thought that there should be a greater expansion. If we're talking about light pollution, it isn't an environmental issue, and I think the Environmental Commission should be addressing it. And mainly, one of their biggest concerns, of course, is we weren't talking about the commercial district. This was only residential. So I'd like to say that I'm proposing that we ultimately, the Environmental Commission follows the recommendation of the HPC. And what the HPC is suggesting is that there's a standard out there. It's called the Leaders in Energy and Environmental Design. It's the LEED, L-E-E-D standard. It started in the year 2000. It's an international standard. It's the basis on which many municipalities have come up with their answer to light pollution in general. And of course, I think that we should be going the same place, and I'd hopefully be working with the Environmental Commission on doing so. We can hopefully just copy another municipality's ordinance and customize it to make it our own, but I think we do need to address that longer term. It'll satisfy the Environmental Commission. I believe that a lot of what we talked about tonight, the HPC should be good, but the HPC also would like to see us adopt the LEED standards and develop an ordinance based on those standards, which, again, we're proposing to do, hopefully in the not-distant future. So just to let everybody know, I think we're going to be going the right direction, but for now, what's being proposed is needed quickly, and I think it's very important. So I would like to make the motion to make all of the amendments that our solicitor has proposed for this ordinance this evening.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments on the amendment?
I would just like to clarify, are we proposing a title change then, in addition to the solicitor's recommendations?
Pollution would change to light trespass.
Yeah. Okay. Same ordinance number.
Yes.
Right.
It's in the same spirit of what we were talking about. I don't see a reason to redo the whole thing.
Okay. So
Roll call?
Okay. Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes. Do we have a motion on the amended ordinance?
I'll make the motion.
No second?
Roll call?
Clarify, this is now to introduce as amended.
To introduce as amended, yes.
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I think it was a very good discussion, and thank you for your work on that, Mr. Solicitor.
Okay, next we have the public portion on the resolutions only.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on the resolutions on the agenda this evening? Please come forward to state your name and address.
Stacy Sheehan, 928 Columbia Avenue. I have a question on Resolution 24809. The attachment wasn't attached, so I'm not really sure what the development that they would like to do at Farrows Marina and Cape May Marina, what it actually entails.
Mr. Solicitor, I'm going to make the recommendation that we table this resolution. I don't know, we can obviously answer that question, but I think after our conversation that we had, following the typical process that we have done in the past, allowing the zoning board to make their ruling makes sense to me.
So I'll just, council is not here to weigh in on a pending development application through the DEP or pending through the zoning board. The typical process that we've followed consistently since I've been here is anything that requires council approval usually occurs after our boards have weighed in, because council wants to entrust the boards to make those types of decisions and values their input and values their decision-making. So any resolution that I've prepared in the past has included at the very top the resolution of whichever board had authorized or granted approval. So the reason that this was presented to council was because the developer, the applicant's attorney, had reached out and requested council's consideration for execution of a DEP permit that would allow them to make the application to the NJDEP concurrently with their application to the zoning board. It doesn't mean that this city council thinks that that development should pass or fail or whatever. It's not weighing in on that. It would just permit them to make the application to the NJDEP. The reason for the city's signature is for water easement on the front of the property, which is not being covered or impacted necessarily by the development proposed, but that required city signature so they could proceed with an application. But we'll point out, as I pointed out to the mayor, this type of request would be going out of order from the way that we've done things, and council has seen those resolutions repeatedly for right-of-way dedications and everything under the sun that might be connected as a condition to a development application. So that's the context for it. That's why it was presented, and it's up to council whether you want to consider that or not.
I would like to, after public comment, I'm going to make the motion to table that.
Okay, but can I just ask, what is the development idea for this?
Well, I think the answer to that is we may not know, which is why one of the reasons I like to table it.
Oh, okay. I thought it just wasn't attached to
No.
the public attachments.
No.
That's why I was asking
No,
it.
we don't have it either.
Oh, you guys don't have any idea
We
either?
don't.
Okay. Okay, then we're all in the same boat here.
Yes.
My second question has to do with Resolution 25909. The resolution authorized advertisement for bids for Kiwanis Park restroom project. Again, I didn't see the bid attached, so my question is, how big is the bathrooms going to be? Is it a one-stall, two-stall? How big is this structure that we're going to be going out to bid for? And again, I guess I'm assuming this is going to be heated, like it had suggested in the past.
Paul?
It's a two-stall.
Like two-stall, not two-stall men, two-stall
No,
women? Okay.
Two
Two total.
Okay.
Okay.
And it will have heat.
And that will be, I know we had talked about before being closer to where the current bathrooms are located, so it'll be closer for plumbing issues for going to the bathrooms.
No, it's further back in the park. It's not
Okay.
Not up
Well, why I'm saying this, because I know a proposal before was to make it like dead center and,
No.
take away from the park itself, and that was
Totally
my
agree.
concern.
Just to give you an idea of where it's close to is there's the little parking spaces at the end of the parking where you pull in. Then there's the basketball court. A little bit in between there basically is where this is at. And just, it was in the plan for the park that was approved, but also it did go before HPC for their approval as well.
I guess my concern is also making it heated. What are you going to be encouraging to live there in the wintertime? My second has to do with Ordinance 251, the appointment of Triad Advisory Services. Who has been doing this in the past, this work that we're now hiring them to do for just 3 months? We're giving it to them for $45,000.
There's two components to the, I'll say, the administration of affordable housing. One is a municipal housing liaison, and that's a city employee that is like the point of contact and kind of make sure that the developers and the city are kind of doing the program that we're doing. I'm currently appointed to that. The administrative agent is the person that essentially certifies both what the, whether it's a for sale property or a rental property can be sold at, and also can certify a family to go into or be eligible to purchase or rent into one of those units. And you have to have certain certification. That's administrative agent and needs special certifications. And typically, it's better to have an outside consulting agent do that kind of certification, because then it's not falling on a city employee to kind of make those determinations of people applying and choosing off a list. And we haven't needed those services up until now because we haven't had any projects really rolling into that program. We have had over the more recent past 2 planning board projects that have given approval to or required to have affordable housing. So now it really becomes required for us to have an administrative agent to make sure that as those properties become developed, that A, they're being properly administered, there's affirmative marketing, and there's all different things that have to be done. And that's what we need the administrative agent to make sure that's done properly.
So, but you never really answered my question on who has been doing it now for when it comes to rental of the properties. Because
I think I did answer it,
we have-
that we haven't had the need for it yet. So therefore, we didn't need to have an administrative agent. So that's where I did answer the question.
No, because I'm asking about, like, right now, we have a housing authority now, and we have rentals in there. Who does the rentals for them?
They're under their own, they do their own, they're not under the city's
Okay, so this
affordable housing
is
program.
not for that
No.
area.
I'll give you
This is for the
affordable
city.
housing and public housing are different.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure.
I'll give you an example, Stacy. We recently had a discussion about a deed restriction that came before council, which was, a lot of people had different opinions about that, but where we are with that is that the deed restriction's in place. It's a good thing for the affordable housing, satisfying our affordable housing obligations. But those units, when they come online, they need to be vetted. There's administrative services that are required to assure that there's a fair process for those units to be occupied by individuals that meet the various criteria on the regulations. And Triad is one of a number of service organizations that is familiar with the regulations. They have a process in place. They're able to do it efficiently, and probably more so than city staff to take that on. So I can tell you that when I was in West Cape May, we had the accessory apartment program, which was active over there. And we had an administrative agent that was outsourced to a professional service because of all those things that go into that. And you have someone for that specific task.
Right, and I understand that because it's new with this affordable housing, there's some startup costs for getting everything into place. But what is the future goal on how much we want to spend yearly for them to manage this one house that we have? Well, I mean, it's 3 apartments. There are 2 apartments.
But it's a whole program, because we have other obligations under our fair share plan and our settlement that we have to ultimately comply with. We have a housing trust fund that there's certain dollars that that has to be put towards affordable housing. So there are the operating manuals that they've included in their proposal. By ordinance, we have to enact them and adopt them and proceed with it. Every year, we need to report to Fair Share on what is the status of our affordable housing plan. So
Right.
that's all part of what we have to do.
And I know, Paul, in the past, we've done that with we've had our solicitor do certain reports that they had to do. I know we paid the previous one along with our engineer to do some of these reports in the past for the COA. And my concern is that, we're looking to spend $100,000 to Triad a year to do this?
Their proposal, once they do the operating manuals, those are complete. And that's the line, I'll say that's at least half of what their proposals are. When we when you start doing the affirmative marketing, you create a housing list. You create a rental housing list, and you create a for sale, a homeowner list. That list has to be maintained, so there'll be a maintenance operation for those things. When a home, in this case a private developer property, they want to certify somebody into that, that is not a cost that we'll have to pay. The certification of that property, the developer will actually pay that administrative agent for that certification. So that won't come out of our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, it'll come out of, they'll have to pay for that.
Okay, so because he should be in charge of that renting part of it, the
Correct, but
developer?
it still has to be reviewed by an administrative agent.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Yep.
Anyone else on resolutions this evening?
Jules Rouse, 1010 New York. I'll make it quick. The same question, 251. The administrator for the Housing Authority does the same function that what Triad is performing, suggesting that they perform in the city. And I spoke with them today because I know from the Housing Authority. They do both, and they're doing it now with Ocean City. And I believe there's a benefit by having the same organization doing the multiple functions in the same community rather than having an outside group. I would encourage you to look at the possibility of going with the same people that are doing the Housing Authority. The other comment I have is also on the 259. I can remember years ago when that property was a lot of discussion about the problems of the flooding and the lake or the pond that was built. And there's been ongoing issues with flooding. And I'm a bit concerned with all of the work that's being done on the site. Not that it's, it looks great. There's great facilities, and I'm sure the kids love it. But are we making too many improvements on that property that go beyond what is required or allowed based on the previous decisions that were made by, and I think it was either Blue Acres or Green Acres that got involved in that project. So
I don't necessarily have an answer to that. I mean, I know it's gone through all the processes necessary, and I mean, to be blunt, I think it looks really nice.
I'm not questioning that at all.
Right, so I don't think I'm really answering your question.
Now, the question is, with all that went before it to get to correct the drainage, we are now adjusting the property that's going to modify or significantly change the grading. And is that going to take it beyond the scope of what was permitted?
We
I don't
actually
know the
have,
answer.
Well, I think the answer is there was drainage done as part of the whole engineering plan, 100%. And in fact, one of my questions that I asked, we got a decent amount of rain a couple days ago. I did see some puddling within one portion of it because of the new curbing that's in. And I actually called the engineer in regard to that and said, Vince Orlando, is there drainage going underneath of that curb, or how is that going to work? The playground surface comes right up level with the curb and is designed to either allow water through or to drain out. So that has been equated within the design for sure.
Okay, I just don't want to see us get into.
I agree. That's why I made the phone call, because I saw some puddles out there and I thought, okay, I just want to make sure, and I was convinced that it was designed well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on resolutions? We can close public comment on resolutions. Onto the consent agenda?
Yes, council, anything to remove from the consent agenda this evening?
Anything to remove, council?
No.
No? Okay. No, and in fact, if I could make a motion and at this point to table Resolution 24809, 2023.
Okay.
This is the DEP. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any
Table.
questions or comments on tabling?
Table indefinitely, correct?
Indefinitely to allow for the zoning, board, which was the typical process to occur. Did I get a second? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Anything else to remove from the consent agenda?
Nope.
And would you like the two MOAs that were added to be included on the consent agenda or separate?
Say again, I'm sorry. couldn't
Sorry,
hear.
for upper and lifeguards, would you like that on the consent agenda or?
I'm okay with consent.
Yeah.
Consent agenda.
Yeah.
All right. So on the consent agenda this evening, we have the police incident report for the month of August 2023, fire incident report for the month of August 2023, tax collector report for the months of July and August 2023. We have 24909, 2023, a resolution authorizing the appointment of Paul J. Baldini the contract for emergent repairs to Lafayette Street Sewer Main. 25109, 2023, resolution authorizing the appointment of Triad Advisory Services, Inc. as the Affordable Housing Administrative Agent and authorizing the execution of an agreement for professional services. 25209, 2023, resolution for an adjustment credit of 2022 sewer charges. 25309, 2023, resolution of support from local governing body authorizing the COVID-19 American Rescue Plan Boardwalk Preservation Fund application funded by the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. 25409, 2023, resolution authorizing a shared services agreement with the County of Cape May County Municipal Utilities Authority for solid waste disposal and recycling services. 25509, 2023, resolution authorizing a shared services agreement with County of Cape May for traffic signal maintenance. 25609, 2023, resolution for the release of performance guarantee and establishment of a maintenance guarantee for 401 Lafayette Street, Block 1046, Lot 8. 25709, 2023, resolution authorizing requests for proposals for story map and historic needs assessment of city-owned properties in the city of Cape May. 25809, 2023, resolution providing for the insertion of a special item of revenue into the budget pursuant to Chapter 159. This is the Next Gen 30 donation. 25909, 2023, resolution authorizing advertisement for bids for Kiwanis Community Park restrooms project. 26009, 2023, resolution for the payment of bills. 26109, 2023, resolution approving a memorandum of agreement between the City of Cape May and the GWU Upper Management Unit and authorizing the execution of a new collective bargaining agreement between the parties covering the period of January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2024. And 26209, 2023, resolution approving a memorandum of agreement between the City of Cape May and the UAW Local 2327 Cape May Lifeguards and authorizing the execution of a new collective bargaining agreement between the parties covering the period January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2026. We have a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Make a motion?
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Any old business, council?
Any old business, council? No. Any new business, city solicitor?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
City manager?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
City clerk?
I will be brief. I think we mentioned that the city is seeking roller skating staff. Applications are available on our website under jobs. Casey is really, really looking for some staff for roller skating. Also, I've been asked to announce, and I think most of you know, the city's been experiencing phone issues for a good month or so in several departments, specifically Public Works, Water Sewer, Convention Hall, Municipal Court, Beach Patrol, Beach Tag, and the Police Department. If anybody from the public is trying to call to contact those departments and you're not getting through or nobody's getting back to you, you can email info@capemaycity.com and then it'll be distributed to the appropriate department. If somebody doesn't have access to email, by all means, call me 609-884-9532 and I will direct you. I'll make sure that they get back to you. Okay? And the city is working to rectify the phone situation. And that's it for me.
Kevin, if you got it, you can go. Anything else? Clerk? Okay.
We're good.
All right. Council members, Deputy Mayor.
Nothing tonight.
Okay. Councilmember McDade?
Yes, Mayor, I have, at your request, organized the town hall that will take place on November 2nd at 4 o'clock. It's scheduled probably to run till about 6. We are working on a draft agenda. More information will be forthcoming. That is Thursday, November 2nd.
Great. Okay. Councilmember Yeager?
Nothing tonight, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Just a couple quick ones. One kind of fun one. Resolution 253 was the going for the Boardwalk Preservation Fund, which, of course, is a no-brainer, but that is a fund created by the state through the federal government for $100 million toward our boardwalks, which, of course, the city is proud of our boardwalk/promenade. But interestingly enough, in announcing that, Atlantic City has always claimed to have the first boardwalk, 1870. A lot of historians have pointed to the fact that Cape May had a boardwalk in 1868. So anyway, we are working on confirming that, which I think is kind of fun because
Will we get more money than that?
yeah, well, that's part of the application. So in any event, again, reminding the public, we are going to, thankfully, and we ask for your patience, but thankfully have both Beach Avenue and Lafayette Street paved starting in the next couple weeks throughout the entire winter. It will be done block by block, so it won't be, no access to the entire street, similar to what occurred this spring in replacing the sewer line on Lafayette Street. Also, I just want to compliment Eric Brzezinski on many things as the city manager went throughout the whole season. They did such a wonderful job. Specifically, though, he's been working on direct install for the HVAC system, and I know he's going to be coming back for a presentation to council, but initial indications are very strong and very, very good. So we'll see at the next council meeting, hopefully have a little presentation on the specifically Convention Hall HVAC, but we'll see what happens there. And one thing I do want to say that's obvious, we did just approve the lifeguards union contract, which I think we all agree is a wonderful thing and well-deserved, and I'm happy that we approved it. I will say, for the record right now, a lot of those rate increases that are built into that contract will require us to adjust the beach utility, which of course is the beach tag fee. So not any major increase or anything to that degree, but just putting it out there, we will be looking at considering what the beach tag fee is moving into the future. With that, we open it up for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak, please come to the microphone, state your name and address.
We'll start those around. Jules Rouse, 1010 New York Avenue. This is a financial review of Cape Stock. I did an OPA request to get the information, frankly, for that particular project in the city. And what you have before you is the information that I received as per the OPA request with one slight addition, which I'll get to in a minute. As you can see, and I'll go through some of this quickly because you have it in front of you. The bands were $37,000. The sound system was $6,350. The advertising, frankly, went up by $3,000 as of an approval of an Inquirer bill today. So you can add to the print and digital an additional $3,000. The fence was $6,100, or the total expenses for that project were $63,737. plus police overtime of $2,919, and you have with this packet a copy of that acknowledgement from the police department. So the total expenses are just under $75,000. The revenue, on the other hand, there were 360 tickets sold in 3 days for a gross revenue of $22,245. The project loss, $51,911.38. On the second page, I've kind of given a little review of the project itself. The estimated seating for that project had a capacity of 2,250. And that would have a potential revenue of $123,750. However, there was only 360 seats that were sold or paid for. And in addition to that, there was 72 non-revenue tickets that were distributed out. That's, quite frankly, not unusual. If the entertainers, they asked for comp tickets, so that would be rather standard. However, the actual ticket revenue is $22,245, or an average ticket price of $55. Total project cost, as I had mentioned, with that $3,000 increase, is just under $75,000. And the break-even was 1,294 sold seats. We only did 360. This is a significant project of its size and content. Needs to be brought before City Council for consideration, evaluation, public discussion of budget, and approval. And to my knowledge, I searched the records, I did not see that coming before Council. And I think we need to answer some of these questions before we go ahead with projects. Does the event complement the historic image, character, and demographics of Cape May? I don't know that a rock and roll concert does that. Mid-August in Cape May is 100% occupied by residents and visitors. Can we really support more organized activity and people? What is the level of need and demand for a major open air music event when considering the existing overall recreational schedule? We have a tremendous summer program for residents and visitors. I don't know that this complements that. Is there an objective plan for success dealing with parking, ADA compliant, health and safety, police, fire, EMT, and the normal things that you would have to have if you're going to have a big event? If we had 2,250 people show up for that event, this would have been a changed community. I think it's important also to have a financial formula for success. And I don't know that this project met that. And I would encourage City Council, before they approve these projects, look at them hard. What are we really benefiting from? Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. I'll make a couple quick comments. And image and that kind of stuff I won't get into, but I think, one, this council, and I have to tell you, the report like this would look very similar to a lot of the concerts that the city had in the past, and that's it's not a good thing. But I look at one of the first things we did was look at the contracts that we had with event promoters, and actually Deputy Mayor was very much involved in the new contracts that have been definitely a big help to the city, not necessarily on the revenue side, but exactly this, on the limitation of loss. The fact is, the summer concert series, as it was in the past, was absolutely a loss to the city. Now, you could look at any event that the city has and say this is a loss, because it is. Most of our community events cost the city money to do. I'm not saying, your point is well taken, Jules. This, a $45,000 to $48,000 loss is a lot of money. But I will say it's not out of character for what other concerts that the city had in the past, of which we would have maybe 5, 6 or so a summer. So I have to tell you, if you look at the previous year's loss per concert, we're well below what it used to be. I say that in defense of what has Casey and the entire group has done up there. I think, to be blunt, they kind of stopped the bleeding when it came to loss. This was an ambitious idea that came from, and I think in a lot of ways it did attract different people that came to Cape May. I'm not sure if like 60s and 70s rock is some crazy thing that's so much out of character with the city. You may disagree with that, Jules, and I can understand that. But I think you don't know what's going to happen with some of these things until you try it. One thing I definitely agree with you on is the timing. When you have 100% occupancy already, how much more do you really want to push? I do think maybe something like this in September would be bring in more people than, look, you're not going to be 110% if you're already at 100%, but maybe more so in the shoulder season. But again, it is perspective. If you look at every community event and say, this is a loss, this is a loss, this is a loss, do you have community events? This is an extreme example, and I understand that. And I think maybe a presentation to council moving forward on future events would be a smart idea. So frankly, I agree with you, Jules.
As I had mentioned months ago, I think every project that the city has, whether it's this project or Soldiers and Sailors or whatever the project is, there should be a final report that gives the public and yourselves, frankly, the information of what it costs.
Right.
I think there's an obligation that you do that.
This is a good report, and I appreciate it.
This was done with information that was provided by the CFO, as well as the tourist utility. I've not made one comment whatsoever relative to what the event was like. That's not what I'm commenting about.
Understood.
I'm commenting about the justification for having a tournament for 3 days in the middle of August.
I appreciate those
Okay.
comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jules. Anyone else for public comment this evening?
Roz Johnson, 826 Lafayette Street. Real quick, at the beginning of the meeting, you mentioned a new sign, welcome sign. Okay, I encourage you, all of you, to visit the bus station. It really needs work before we get a new welcome sign. It has rotted wood. It needs painting down below. It really doesn't say welcome. We have people coming in to town by bus, but to me, more importantly, so much of our workforce in Cape May that can't afford to live in Cape May take the bus in and out of town. And wouldn't it be nice for them at the end of a hard day to approach a building that had the same excellent standards of Cape May in that building, because that bus station does not.
So, Roz, can I just jump in?
Yeah.
We all agree. The sign, it's not just the sign. I just wanna make-
okay.
So the sign is a part of it, which if you look at the sign right now, you probably have, it's a piece of plywood that is showing its wear.
Yeah.
The new signage is, I'd say, beautiful. It just went through HPC last night for approval, unanimous approval. Brick, copper roofing, just lovely. And also, you'll be able to see it where it's located. It's not
nice.
kind of far. You're right, not hidden. The landscaping is part of it as well. And remember, this phase one of this project was the parking lot itself.
Yes.
So that's done. Now, and then we did the lighting because the lighting was terrible. So all new lighting. This phase now, and Councilman Meyer had been working on this as well, is landscaping, signage. It does not address the building, which you just addressed. And I'll answer that by saying the taxpayers of Cape May lease that building from the DOT and lease it to the Chamber of Commerce for $1 a year. Do I think it needs better upkeep? I don't mind saying that, yes, I think it needs better upkeep. I do think the Chamber could do a better job of upkeeping the building.
You can't force them to do something about that? Because it really looks hard. What is a nice sign worth anything if the building itself that people approach isn't welcoming? And
I agree.
I'm also saying that if we are trying to encourage people to take alternate transportation into Cape May besides their own vehicle,
Right.
you need to have a nice bus station. Also, I don't know if you know that, real quick, that a person can't stay in the bus station no matter what the weather. You are allowed to go in, you're allowed to purchase some snacks, you're allowed to get some brochures, but then you are immediately hurried outside. You're not allowed to stay in the bus station.
That's a chamber, Mayor, it's the Chamber of Commerce that operates that facility.
Mhm.
I would tend to lean towards what you're saying, that if there's inclement weather, they should allow people to come in
That
there.
is not the
Not to
case.
hang out or sleep there, but
Right,
to get out of the
exactly.
weather.
But inclement weather, I have someone that, no, you need to leave. Yeah. So as far as a welcoming center, I say let's make the welcoming center look welcome, not just with a sign, but with an edifice that really represents Cape May. Thank you.
I agree with you. Thank you. Any other public comments? Pardon me.
Stacy Shan, 928 Columbia Avenue. My question is, every July, I think it is, Leon comes in and does an audit, and usually the audit's complete by August. So I'm just asking when it's going to be made available to the public.
Kevin, you're still here.
We received it recently. I guess we have to do some kind of.
So we only, it was late this year, not on our end. They didn't get to us until much later in the year. So we only received it maybe a week or two ago. It's been provided to council. The synopsis is going to be advertised in the paper as per regulation, and council has 45 days to take action on it via resolution. So at some upcoming council meeting, council will choose to put that on an agenda within 45 days of receipt.
And then after they do that, then we can, as a public, we can look at it at that time?
I believe.
Or can we look at it now?
I don't know if it can be Oprah'd because it's not yet been accepted or certified by council.
Okay.
So I would wait until the council meeting, then I don't see why we can't make that available to everybody. We might even put it on the website. I have to look.
We usually do.
Yeah, I think we might put it on the website
Okay.
once it's been certified.
So we will put it on the website
Yeah.
when appropriate.
Yeah.
Yep.
My next question has to do with just a reminder that when it comes to budget time, when there's that it's supposed to be open to the public and advertised when there's department head meetings for the budget.
Yes.
My next question has to do with the ordinance 519 that was first reading tonight. I was a little surprised that we have to put everything in it that doesn't pertain to us, because I think it gets very wordy, that people can't find anything in there that pertains to us. But you're saying that we can't take out like things that say like 50 acres or more when we know we're not in that ballpark.
Myself and numerous communities in Cape May and Atlantic County have been debating that issue with the DEP for about a year and a half now. Cape May is probably one of the last 5 or 6 holdouts in Cape May County and Atlantic County that have not adopted it yet. So we've tried.
Okay.
But we need to adopt it, because we don't want to be kicked out of the NFIP.
Right, I know. It
I
just
mean,
seems like,
believe me, even when I was not here in Cape May, I was making that battle in Upper Township when I worked up there for a good year and a half, having spirited debate with the DEP regarding that.
and then my other question, I guess, is for city manager. You mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that there was going to be a lot of houses for demolition. I'm just making sure that people have the proper permits before they go for demolition, because I was on the zoning board and somebody came and said, oh, I can demolish it, and they go, no, you don't have the proper paperwork. And I'm just making sure that people are getting the proper paperwork, and so we don't demolish a historic home.
We'll make sure.
Okay. My other question has to do with, I see we're going to be advertising for a deputy clerk. I'm just putting it out there that maybe we should put something in the contract where once we pay for them to get all these classes and everything, that they put in so much time with the city before we pay for everything as taxpayers, and then they go on to another job with the education that we provided for them.
we can't prevent people from moving on.
But we could put in there, though, if you leave within a certain time frame, that you have to pay back for the college credits that you took to get certified.
Well, I think it's an interesting suggestion, and council will review it when they're looking at the position.
Yeah.
Any other public comment this evening? Seeing none, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, time is now 7:55.